This is you next to me, and then we will probably start in another 5-6 minutes. Okay, because that's one. Yeah. We're just waiting another maybe 5 minutes, and then we will start the meeting.
You're not.
Hi. What would you like me to do? Oh, so you want me to go back again? Okay, well.
Four together and just come all in one.
You're staging us.
Yes, ma'am.
For what purpose?
Just for the camera.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sit here until
Okay.
for a minute, okay? Because I'm nervous.
Sanam, there is room in the front, please, just come and join us. Good morning. I'm Hale Svandiari, the director of the Middle East program at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. Welcome to today's meeting, Building for the Future, Women's Role in Conflict Resolution and Recommendation. The meeting today is a joint program by the Project on Leadership and Building State Capacity and the Middle East program. We are very fortunate to have with us 6 panelists for the 2 panels who are top experts in the field. As you saw from the program, we have 2 panels, and the panels will meet back to back with a 15-minute break around 11 o'clock. I will chair the first panel, and my colleague Howard Wolpe, the director of the Project on Leadership and Building State Capacity, will chair the second meeting. The first panel will provide you with an overview in conflict transformation and discuss the activities of women based in conflict areas. I'm going to introduce the 3 panelists very briefly because you have their bios, and after their presentation, we'll open the floor to question and comments. The second panel will be chaired by Howard Wolpe, who just walked in, and he's going to tell you a little bit about the Project on Leadership and Building State Capacity, which more or less is an expansion of the former conflict prevention project we had at the Wilson Center. We will follow the agenda, and our first speaker is going to be Rosalind Boyd, who is currently the Senior Research Associate at McGill University Center for Developing Area Studies, and she was previously the director of the center until 2004. She was the first and only woman to hold that position since the center's establishment in 1963. Ms. Boyd was also the director and principal investigator of the innovative research program Gender and Human Security Issues, based at the CDAS in cooperation with the Women's Center of Montreal. She's the author of a number of articles and books. You have her bio, I'm not going to elaborate on it. Our second speaker is Noori Talabani, who is a member of the Iraqi Interim National Assembly. And it's truly a pleasure to have her here. And she gave us a lot of heart palpitation on Friday when she called from Baghdad airport and said, here I am, I've been waiting for 6 hours and the airport is closed and I'm canceling. So we urged her, we said, no, please take your life in your hands and go back to the airport on Saturday and maybe you can make it out of Baghdad. And lo and behold, I got a phone call from her saying that I'm boarding the plane to Jordan. So there she is.
Thank you.
Allah received a master's degree in English literature from Suleimania University, and politically she was an active member of the Kurdistan student movement until her graduation. I must say I have hardly met a Kurd who has not been politically active in the during his or her lifetime. She also worked for 2 years as a liaison officer between UN agencies and the Kurdish government, and she was appointed assistant to the Iraqi National Conference chairman, and finally she made it to the to the Interim National Assembly, and she's a member of parliament now. And our third speaker on this panel is Jenni Williams, who is the director of Women of Zimbabwe Rise. You see a very sort of provocative name. WOZA seeks to empower Zimbabwean women with knowledge and skills designed to stimulate activities within the community. It's an activist group named for the Zulu word meaning come forward. The objective of the organization include, among other things, facilitating the networking of expertise and skills between women and teaching women to defend themselves against violence in order to work towards elevating the standing of women in society. So I think we will start with Rosalind and then move to Allah and then to Jenni.
Would you
and
like
then
us to speak from here? Yes.
whichever way you prefer. Okay. Would you like to stand there? Yeah.
It's okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the invitation to share some of my experiences and ideas, and thank you to the organizers for, I'm a last-minute replacement for an Indonesian woman, and I won't be able to replace her, I know. But I'm very pleased. This is the first time I've ever given a public address in an American institution. I don't know what that says about me. I've lectured everywhere else in the world. But I'm very pleased to be here. And I want to express also my condolences to the people of New Orleans, Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi. I feel it's very appropriate that Canada, as such a close neighbor, the Canadian people and the Canadian government give the support that they're giving. And I wanted to state that publicly. To begin, I'm a bit nervous, I guess, because I'm not quite sure of my audience, but that's all right. I will begin with a quote that I like. Women's visions, intelligence, energy, and experience are indispensable to the creation of a more just, prosperous, and peaceful world. And that's the peace agenda from which I hope I'm working. While history is replete with wars from time immemorial, the character and the nature of armed conflicts and political violence throughout the 1990s and into the 21st century have undergone radical changes that really present new challenges for us, for those of us who are working for peace and also some kind of development, or for those of us who are here today concerned with building a future where women have a significant role as full citizens, because it is about our rights as full citizens in their societies undergoing conflict resolution and reconstruction. And I'm speaking of a global situation. It's not a them and us kind of thing that I'm speaking about. It's a global situation. We want our voices and views to be heard and respected. For decades, and we can think of the 30 years ago with the 75 to 85 of the UN Decade for Women, and then the 1995 Beijing Platform, the 2000 UN. For decades, women have been advocating for an equitable role in their societies, addressing not only their exclusion from formal decision-making, but also the increased level of gender-based violence directed at them in situations of conflict in all parts of the world, but primarily in the poorest regions of the world. At the last count, there were 37 civil wars in different parts of the world. Now, much has been done at the policy level, particularly internationally, as I just mentioned, to address women's concerns with the increased violence in our world. Of central importance is the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, passed in October 2000, which built on many regional initiatives throughout the African countries. I've done a small paper which identifies over the 90s decade at least 12 different regional conferences, not to speak of the national work that was going on all through that period. So women have really been at this for a very, very long time. And I want to speak specifically to the 1995 Beijing Platform of Action, 10 years after the end of the decade, because at that 1995 conference, women in armed conflict became a critical concern with 6 strategic objectives. This is 1995, and we know what's happened in the world in the 10 years since. In spite of the many differences that women have, they did come to common agreement, because women are not a homogeneous group, even though I'm speaking about them as though they are. They're not. But eventually, this common ground on which all of them saw important agreement regarding armed conflict in order to reduce violence emerged. There were 6 strategic objectives: increase the participation of women in conflict resolution at decision-making levels, and protection of women living under foreign occupation or in situations of armed conflict. Reduce the excessive military expenditure and control the availability of arms. Promote non-violent forms of conflict resolution and reduce incidents of human rights abuses in conflict situations. Promote women's contribution to fostering a culture of peace. Provide protection, assistance, and training to refugee women, internally displaced women, and other women seeking asylum. I'm pausing because I'm sure that many of you know how many violations of these protocols or agreements have taken place over the last 10 years. Provide assistance to women of the colonies and non-self-governing territories. For example, East Timor. And one of the worst massacres in East Timor took place in 1999, 4 years after women had agreed on this platform of action. They also called on gender sensitivity in the statutes that were then being discussed in the for the International Criminal Court, which would include a definition of rape and other forms of sexual violence as crimes against humanity. And they have become, that has succeeded. Regional women's organizations sprang up all over the world after those 1995 meetings to ensure that the priorities set out in Beijing would be meaningfully implemented. And one such example that I just want to draw your attention to was established in 1996, is the Eastern African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the Advancement of Women. It's based in Kampala, Uganda, where I've been working for the last 15 years. With the participation of women from 8 countries in that region: Burundi, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, Tanzania, and Uganda. So women are organizing, and they are pushing, and they are promoting a changed world. And certainly their collective advocacy, information exchanges, and testimonies of war experiences at the regional level exchanged reinforces and I think strengthens the solidarity and the confidence about their rights in their national locations and within their communities. Now, 5 years later, after we rejoice that the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was passed. This has an elaboration of 18 specific points, many of which were similar to what was discussed at Beijing, but now it was receiving mainstream Security Council endorsement. And the resolution does provide a platform from which NGOs, governments, and other international institutions can advocate for women's inclusion in all aspects of conflict resolution. It calls on member states, similarly, to increase women's representation at all levels of decision-making related to prevention, management, and resolution of conflict. Fund and provide support for gender sensitivity training, and some of this is going on. Even my own country is involved in this. End impunity and prosecute those responsible for genocide crimes and gender-based violence. Adopt a gender perspective when negotiating and implementing peace agreements, especially the needs of women and girls, and the measures to ensure the protection of and the respect for human rights. And to take into account the particular needs of women and girls in refugee camps and settlements. So 5 years later, we're seeing this mainstreamed. And I think it's somewhat significant that during the time of the discussion on the UN Security Council, Canada had a 2-year membership and used that membership on the Security Council to push for this resolution to be passed. They also spoke specifically to HIV and AIDS awareness training program to be available to the military and civilian police, because we know that it was available in other spheres, but it needed to be there. And then there were many specific requests to the Secretary General, some of which have been carried out. So what I'm leading to is that very much has been done at the policy level by women's organization through hundreds of meetings in every region of the globe. And in spite of our differences of race, class, and we have significant differences, language, religion, sexual orientation, these agreements speak resoundingly to women's rights as universal human rights. But the implementation on the ground by member states is so far from where it should be. At the meetings in June 2005 in New York, looking back over the 10 years after Beijing, and I've already hinted at this, women from all regions felt betrayed. And there's a document that they've released, which is called Beijing Betrayed. While they identified some advances, and for example, I've already mentioned the international law that now recognizes rape and sexual violence during conflicts as crimes against humanity, and as well, in many countries, they've adopted laws or programs to increase women's participation. I think Uganda is a very, very good example in this regard. If you're familiar with the conflict in northern Uganda, you will know that Honorable Betty Bigombe, who was the minister there in 1988, has been called back to attempt to mediate with the terrorist organization, the Lord Resistance Army, Lord Connie and his group that have done such horrendous, horrendous atrocities against women, children, and other men. But the general consensus at that Beijing, looking back over the 10 years, that the world is more militarized, far more insecure than it was 10 years ago. And in this era of economic globalization, with the dominance of neoliberalism, we've seen that there are new massive dislocations of laboring people with loss of livelihoods, dramatic increases in inequalities, and obscene income disparities. And I use that word, I've used it a lot, actually. And now I've noticed that President Nelson Mandela refers to these inequalities also as obscene. We shouldn't have a world like this. Worsening poverty and destabilization trends, especially the weakening of the state leading to these civil conflicts. While these eruptions of political violence, there are far more refugees and internally displaced people, undermining women's access to even basic services and protection in so many countries. And we know also of Palestinians who've been residing, over 700,000 residing in Lebanon, for some of them for 40 years, who do not have basic rights. They lack full citizenship in Lebanon. They're unable to work in many occupations. They're condemned to a life that obviously is going to be fermenting terrible discontent. I've had students go work there in the Palestinian camps to teach English, computer skills, because there are so many rights denied. The rights and entitlements of people are taken away when they are internally displaced and also become refugees. So within regions and countries pressured often by women's groups concerned with this increased insecurity in this changing situation that I've tried to outline, other policies and new conceptual responses began to emerge, apart from the UN Security Council resolution and apart from the Beijing Platform of Action, but they were still within the discourse. A new discourse around security began to take shape. And often it's said that security is a man's discourse. Well, it isn't. And out of that security discourse, the human security policy framework emerged, seemingly more appropriate for a framework for addressing the global situation. And certainly for women, the notion of human security, which places people and their communities at the center of their concerns for safety and subordinates the traditional notion of state or national boundaries as the place for security, because we know that state violence is one of the reasons that so many conflicts are taking place. Human security is about protecting people wherever they are. And it may seem idealistic to many of you, but I think it's not. I think it's our dreams and our visions and our ideals that propel us to create a different world. The term was first used by the UNDP in 1994 in the Human Development Report, where human development was defined as the process of widening the choices and of people's choices in terms of development, whereas human security was defined as the ability to pursue those choices in a safe environment. And embedded within the human security perspective is a human rights optic, as it clearly addresses protection and rights for all. Security in this sense is about freedom from fear, about waking up in the morning or going to sleep at night without the fear of a knock at the door, and addressing people's needs and rights. While there are several variations on the concept of human security, including the UN Commission on Human Security, which was released in 2003, and if you know about that, I'm a little skeptical of that report, but maybe it was because they had to please so many different constituencies. Canada's foreign policy from about 1996 until 2000 actively promoted a human security policy framework that I just want to quickly speak about, because I think these are the policies that women dealing with Reconstruction and dealing with a changing world, a transformation of our world, need to be aware of. Canada's most visible interpretation of human security has, as I say, this people-centered agenda that's issue-oriented, focusing on specific rights and abuse issues across national boundaries. And it builds on international consensus, mainly through international laws, conventions, and statutes. And what was different about this is the process. And process to women, I think, is extremely important. Maybe it is to men too. But I think it's much more a woman thing, the process. Men seem to want to go to the end, whereas we're quite concerned, not all, but we're quite concerned with the process. Consultation, dialogue, and engagement with those usually excluded, such as NGOs, civil society, women's groups, international actors, and the victims themselves, signaled new negotiating space for those voices that were finally being listened to by certain government officials. While women were viewed as victims, they were also given some agency. They took some agency, some role, much the same way as we saw in 1993, if you're familiar with the Vienna tribunals on human rights as women's rights. The most noted examples for Canada, where they've taken some kind of lead and also in cooperation with others, the Anti-Personnel Landmines Treaty of 1997. And I think you will be aware that the American organization, name I've forgotten right now, but it won the Nobel Prize for Peace during that time. Those were their They were signed in 1997. Extremely important protocols. Landmines. Who could ever possibly think of inventing landmines that kill women in the fields? They can't go into the fields anymore because they're littered with these landmines. So the destruction of those and the treaty was extremely important. And then the International Criminal Court. I know that the American government doesn't take a very strong, doesn't support the International Criminal Court, but I think it's one of the most important instruments that we have, and we must see it as extremely important. Small arms and light weapons agreements, and war-affected children conventions, the responsibility to protect. These were the agenda of that human security framework that Canada pushed. And all of them respond to a normative or ethical concern in terms of the plights of civilians, non-combatants, so adversely affected by political violence. So now I want to just turn to, I hope I'm all right. Oh my goodness, 5 minutes. Could I please have 7?
Okay.
The changed nature of the armed conflicts. I've sort of hinted at the changed nature of the conflicts, but I think it's important to stress it again. Now, each has its own historical and political specificity. There are broad common factors that we can look at. First of all, they're happening, mainly these conflicts are happening within states rather than across borders. You did have Ethiopia and Eritrea as a border dispute, India and Pakistan over Kashmir as a border, but most of the conflicts that we're speaking about are internal conflicts. And I think that's a big difference, because that is what leads to the massive displacement of people from their communities and their sources of livelihood. Sudan, 35 years in conflict. Northern Uganda, I've already mentioned. I mean, in 1990, when I did my interviews in the north of Sudan, in Gulu, with some of the displaced people there, some of the victims of atrocities, we thought it was dreadful. There were 100,000 people displaced in the camps then. Well, 2 years ago, there were over 1 million. And this is after the UN resolutions, after we were so aware. So what are we doing wrong? I think that the other very different aspect of our armed conflicts today is that they deliberately target civilians, non-combatants, women and children. That's a major tactic used. I mean, there's statistics that show that 5% of the victims in World War I were civilians. About 50 to 60% were during World War II. 80 to 90% of the victims now are civilians, non-combatants. If you have a look at the Iraqi Body Count website, it estimates that since the start of the military intervention, there have been 24,585 between that and 27,799 civilians killed in Iraq. Do we hear about that? I don't think so. As is well known, women and girls are increasingly the victims, and rape is one of the most extreme expressions of patriarchal power that drive towards male domination over women. And here I have examples of Burma in 2002, the Burmese military officers targeting ethnic Shan and committing rape and other forms of violence. And in the DRC, 2 or 3 weeks ago in the Democratic Republic of Congo, 12,500 girls, casualties of war, that are now child soldiers or child wives. So all of these are happening after those. So I want to address what I think is the heart of this, and I think you'll give me a few minutes, please. The most disturbing trend in the changed context of political violence is the wide and easily availability of warfare equipment, military training and arms. September 2000, when I was in Uganda, you could purchase a small gun for the price that you could purchase a chicken. I think that guns are just too easily available in all parts of the world and in many societies. And what we see is that after peace agreements, which are often just fragile male deals for power sharing, domestic violence against women increases as soldiering and gun use is often the only form that of participation in society that they know. And it's not just former soldiers. Most societies are becoming far too militarized. So I'll quickly go through. It's also related to the need for a reduction of the expenditure. And in 2002, for example, the U.S. accounted for approximately 42% of world military expenditures. And of course, we know that the 5 permanent member countries seated on the UN Security Council account for 80%. And I think that's significant. What kind of hypocrisy is involved here? So I'm going to try to go down here. Women face obstacles also apart from traditional, and I say that, traditionally established cultures and religions that are deeply rooted in patriarchal structures. And I want to suggest that all traditions are invented at some point in history. They're not just there, they are invented. And we must ask ourselves, by whom and for what purpose? It may be that women's limited inclusion in conflict resolution and reconstruction is directly linked to who has the power to define who is included and when. Patriarchal structures lie at the root of militaristic tendencies that we're seeing worldwide. And related to the increased expenditures on weaponry, there's a global consolidation of an ideology of militarism that reinforces these wars. Here I'm speaking of the concept of militarism beyond the military as a social institution. I'm speaking here of militarism as an ideology that prioritizes war as a solution to conflict, thereby serving to legitimize state violence. This involves the subordination of civil society to military values, whereby militaristic attitudes and social practice are viewed as normal or even desirable. And I think what we also need to address as women and men is a masculinity that is not built on subordination or dominance, and a need to rupture the connection between militarism and masculinity, because a militarized society is necessarily undemocratic, secretive, while claiming to act for the national good. I think that we know that the expenditure on arms is done at the expense of public services and public good. So let me just conclude, because I do look forward to hearing from the other participants and how they're dealing with these challenges. A central point about women building a peaceful world is the willingness to enter into all kinds of strategic alliances across our differences, sharing information about rights and laws, sharing experiences and testimonies of our victimization. And over we see women doing that across ethnic, social, and even political differences. To each of these tragedies, women worldwide have been responding and resisting. And certainly having the international policies, I don't want to undermine them completely, policies and resolutions assist them with their struggles in their locations, community, national, regional. But the main issue remains, for me, the struggle to delegitimize the military as a solution to conflict and thereby prevent the continuation of these abuses and crimes. I'll just conclude. A wise Aboriginal saying from long ago reminds us that we do not inherit this world from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. And I think with that kind of mindset, we act differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could I just remind you of please closing your cell phones? I forgot to ask you to do that earlier. Our next speaker is Noori Talabani.
Thank you.
You prefer to stand? Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizer and to their patient with me. And they have worked hard.
Is the mic working?
Thank you for everyone. Thank you for the organizer and their patient with me in order to get me out from my country's airport. Actually, it was closed for 48 hours, and it was hard for me to catch the plane from Amman to here. But finally, I am here. And I would like to thank you as well, to thank all those people and countries that they help and they sacrifice their life to get my freedom and millions of Iraqi freedom in Iraq, and even today they are involving in reconstruction and rehabilitation of my society. Thank you very much, and we are really, as Iraqi people, and specifically as a woman, we are appreciating. Without their sacrifice and without their blood, I was never able to hold an Iraqi diplomatic passport that today I am holding. And before that time, in '99, it's funny, I was here in Washington specifically, and I was holding a fake Iraqi passport because I was a member of the Iraqi opposition groups. But today I am representing Iraq, and I have a diplomatic passport, and it's because of your and your country's help. Thank you very much. When I've got this invitation, and I says, "Wow, it's the most difficult question that I had ever had in my life. What we mean by the conflict?" For me, and it may be for everyone, the conflict exists in all countries, in all societies, but in various levels. In the lower level, it's a competition between the interest of individual or companies. And it doesn't matter if it has been managed in a violence one or non-violence one. It's a conflict. And in the higher level, it's it's a competing interest of the territorial or political or economic or social differences. It doesn't matter. It's differences, and still the women, they are victims, and they do not have that great chance or strong position in conflict resolution. And this is what's happening, and this is what's going on in Iraq. Concerning the conflict in Iraq, I've tried to look over the last 30 decades, at least I remember clearly 20 years of past. And I found that we have two different kinds of conflict. First of all, we had a conflict which was a violence conflict. It was between the Kurd in the northern part, where I am come from, and between the Iraqi government. And it was that conflict. It was about the self-governing and national identity for the Kurd. And the second conflict that we have, and sorry, it's April 9, 2003, it's not 2005. This morning I've realized that I am talking about 2005, but it's 2003 when we've got our freedom and Iraq has been liberated by the coalition forces from Saddam and his system. And the second conflict that we had, and it's still ongoing conflict inside Iraq, it's an ideological conflict for me. It's between the liberal side and the other conservative side, that they are representing Islamist group in Iraq. And concerning the women's role, I found that, unfortunately, we didn't have a great role in conflict resolution. I could just recall just once in Iraqi Kurdistan in 1994, when the main two parties, they were competing, and they have had a violence conflict between them. The Kurdish women organization, Jenan, and Jenan, by the way, it means woman again. They have called for a march, and almost they walked 300 kilometers to meet with the both leaders, Talabani and Barzani, and to force them to cease the fire and to come to the table and negotiate, sort out their differences and problems through the dialogue and not through the conflict. And this is the only time that we were successful as a woman to have a great role. And for me, we were successful because our conflict, it was an ethnic conflict. It was a conflict for the Kurd with the Iraqi government. It wasn't the conflict really, though it was between the main two parties. But the major conflict, or the target, it was to get our freedom or to get our rights from the Iraqi government. This is why the women, we were successful in organizing that. But since then, we didn't have much role in the conflict resolution, but we have had a good role in reconstruction, and I will come to that point right now. the third point that we cannot forget about the Iraq, it is the period of external intervention and transitional period. We are still in the transitional period, and Hala, she introduced me as a member of interim Iraqi National Assembly, which means still we are in a transitional period. And within all the transitional period, there are some characteristics or some things we cannot forget about them. It's a period of moving and changing from an authoritarian government and rules to a democracy. We are trying to establish principle of the democracy in a country that maybe within last 5 decades we never had a democracy. The second point, which is very important for us to work on, that within this time, this period, everything is under construction and rehabilitation. It is not just the physical reconstruction of building and administration. It is a rehabilitation of the Iraqi society, of the Iraqi individual. And this is what we are suffering. We are suffering from the mentality of the individual people, how they are thinking, how they are cooperating, how they are acting in the society. And the third point is a reconciliation. Still, we are trying to sort out our problems among different sectors in the society or groups. We are trying to get the others to be a part of the process of Iraqi political process to go further forward. And this is not an easy for us. For example, for any women organization that they are not from the Sunni Triangle area, you cannot move or you cannot work in that area. And this is why we are working in the reconciliation. But how women we are involved in the reconciliation, and that's a question. And unfortunately, as my previous speaker, she referred that that role will be given by men, and the men will decide who will be a part of that committee that they will be involved in negotiation with the other sides. And I am sorry to say that we didn't have that role at all. And the other things, it's the other points. It is the interest of the individual and groups, which is go aside with the ideology. For example, if I am an Islamic member of one of the Islamist party, then the organization that I will hold or that group that I am working with them, it will go side by side by the ideology of that party, and the interest of the woman or the woman's right will be the second priority for me. The first priority will be my party's slogan, my party's demands, my party's point, whatever they want, and I will push the woman as women's issue as a second priority for me or for my organization. Brief historical background concerning the Iraq, and this is what I've tried to consult with some other women that they do remember 40th and 50th, and today they are a member of the National Assembly with me. And probably some of you know, for example, Zakia Al-Haqi, she used to be a judge early before Ba'ath came to power. Before Ba'ath came to power, Iraq was, comparing Iraq with the neighboring countries, Iraq was a very civilized country. It was they are telling me, my mom, she's telling me that we've got much more rights, we will have much more freedom to express, even to wear clothes, which is nothing but than today we have it. And we used to have a civil society organization as a woman civil society organization. We used to have a minister. We used to have a judge. But maybe some will tell me, but within Saddam's government, you used to have a minister. The difference between that and that, in Saddam's time or Ba'ath's time, it was one ruling party. It means that even if you've got 10 ministers, it makes no difference because they represent the same party, the same policy. But before that, there was a multi-party, and the Iraqi National Assembly that time, it was a mixture of everyone, including the chief of tribes. But during Saddam, we never had such a things. And when they came to power and they were strong enough, they have tried to destroy all that. I call it a heritage for us today, because we are trying to revive that heritage, to get back that things that we used to have it before asking for more. Just first, we are trying to get those heritage. They have destroyed. They have killed the humanities inside the human being. You cannot imagine that the mother will be responsible for calling Iraqi government or Iraqi intelligence to say, hey, my son is insulting Saddam president, or my son, he's doing that, and the Iraqi government, they were coming and arresting them. So that natural relationship between the families, between the individuals, has been destroyed by the government, and a huge corruption was going on, starting from the individual to the family to the neighborhood and the society. And the other point that it's really necessary for us to before talk about today, to understand the image of the war, the image of the sanction, the poverty, the illiteracy, the rate today, though we do not have a specific figures, but today they are telling me that the rate of illiteracy in Iraq, it's 22%, and 16% they are women. And I'm quite sure it's more than that. But let's say it's 16, still it's a huge number. I mean, it's not an easy to deal with that. That image of death on per hours, on daily basis, that pushed the Iraqi society, that turned the Iraqi societies to go back to be a closer society, for the women to wear scarf in order to protect themselves from the reaction of the Saddam's sons, Saddam's men. The Iraqi men, they went back to the mosque and they went back to the religious in order, I think this is natural in every society. When you have the image of the death and poverty on daily basis, you will try to find a kind of rescue, and who will be that? That will be the God, and that will be the religious. You think that will give you a chance, or will give you enough courage to survive, and that pushed the Iraqi society to be a closed society. And today we are saying that the Iraqi society calling for having an Islamic country, though we never had an Islamic state in Iraq, but that all these factors all together, they work to turn my society today to ask it. And really, the majority today, they are asking for that. And I will tell you, I mean, you might have an idea why they are asking for that. And since this presentation, it's based on the personal experience. And I am coming from Kirkuk, and I used to live in Suleymaniye, because when I was 4 years old, I've been deported from Kirkuk with my family for no reason, just because I am a Kurd and I am from a Talabani's family. It's a big family. I'm not a first cousin. I'm not a niece of President Talabani, but I am a member of the family, the same family. So we have been kicked out from Kirkuk when I was 4 years old, and we went to Suleymaniye. So my experience will based much more on my activities and my experience within the Kurdish women organization. It's often argued that women always we are fighting for basic rights. It doesn't matter if it's a political or social or economic. It's still right. And in Iraq, as I said, we used to have a women organization, active women organization, law organization, teachers association, so many active organizations. And I could say that on the part of the Kurdish and Iraq, that we have started work really in 40th and of the last century and 50th. Women and women organization, what we are being involved, I've called it here, it's a classical role. I've called it this, if I said if I am allowed, because what I've seen, I've been in Japan, I've been in Lithuania, I've been in Sweden, I've been in so many countries, and I found that in all those countries we are sharing the women organization, we are sharing the same things, that we are involved in such activities. It is just similar. It doesn't matter if it's in Japan or in Iraq. We are all involved in organizing campaign for raising awareness. For example, raising awareness among the women concerning the health, concerning the basic information about how you will use in a rural area, how you will use clean water, since your water it's not clean, how you will deal with your baby's health. These information, it's necessary, and most of the women organization from north to south to Fao to Basra, we are all sharing the same things. We are involved in such raising awareness. Concerning the education, as I said, we have illiteracy. It's quite separate, specifically in the rural area, and all the organization, we are trying to reduce that number and to help the women at least to read and to find their way when they are coming to a town. And other skills like computers, like new technology that these days it's quite spread in Iraq and everywhere in the world. Concerning the election, for example, the women organization, they were very active in getting the women to vote. It wasn't easy to get 8 million Iraqis to vote in the election day. But as I said, the organization, because the priority for them, it's the party's ideology, this is why they have worked hard there. And today they are involved in the referendum concerning the constitution. To motivate the women to take a part and to participate in the referendum. And concerning the political and social and economic right, I will stand here to recall an accident that it's funny that had happened a couple weeks ago in Iraq when we had that debate concerning the constitution and the women's right constitution in the parliament. We are almost 87 women members, and we had that debate. We said we should have a civil law, and we should, the religious to be aside from the constitution, and they cannot refer. We do not need the religious to be involved in the women, specifically in the women's rights and mainly in the human rights. And the other part of the women members, they says no, what we have achieved, it's much more we deserve. The God has given those rights to the man, so why as a human being you want to get that rights from the man? That's power being given to the man by the God. And this what we have today. It's much more. Look to the America. In that Congress, the women's, they are less than 10%, and we have 25% or 31, 33 today. So why you are asking more? We should get back some of that rights that we have been given to the men. And then the liberal organizations, they organized a protest. They organized a protest in Baghdad to ask for their rights, and the other side, the Islamists, they organized it in the same day, in the same time, in the same location, with a totally different message, saying that we want to go home. So these women, they are not representing us. Why you are asking for that? And this is a conflict within society today. What I am calling it, it's an ideological conflict, and this is what we are trying to promote. Concerning the gender equality, most of the organizations, they are working of that specifically to get more women involved in the government, and specifically in Kurdistan. So far we have done a good. Don't forget that in 1902, when we had election in Iraqi Kurdistan, when we were under the no-fly zone, protected by the American. We had an election, and without the quota, the women, we were successful to get to the parliament. We were successful to be a minister without any quota. This is totally, when you come to Iraq, you see this is totally two different culture. Northern part of Iraq with the south and central part. And the other craft arts and other, organizations. And the other things that we were involved in raising funds for small and individual income project generation and women leadership and seminars, workshops for reducing the violence against the women. And we were trying to revising the education program because we have a problem with the education and curriculums because it's all about the history of Saddam and Saddam's goal. And we were as well in media and publication. In addition all to these points that I refer that we are sharing with the Iraq, the women in Kurdistan, they were able, this is what we were able in since last 13 years. They have established the self-shelters for those women that they are under threat by the male members of the families to kill them for honor killing or whatever. And we were as well successful to push the government to change 2 articles which are really dealing with the honor killing or polygamy in Iraqi law, which is not allowed anymore in the northern part to kill any woman and to say this is a for honor killing or to get a second wife. It's not allowed. Anyone wants to get a second wife, he has to go to South and Central. He cannot get a second wife in that part. And the other things that the women, they were successful. They pushed the government to include the widows because we have a huge number. In Anfal operation in 1988, 182,000 people disappeared, and mainly most of the women and the children they left behind, and they were in charge of the family. So the government's obliged to give them on monthly basis a payment, or if they got a kids in the university to pay for that as well. And as well, today you will see women police and women military people in Kurdistan in street, which is unnormal in that Middle East. I mean, even in Jordan, you cannot see women police in street, but you could see it in Kurdistan. And why we were not successful, briefly, I will tell, because of the security situation, everyone is aware about what's going on concerning the security in Iraq and the power of the religious men. And the men, the religious, are interpreted by the men for the favor of the men. It's not interpreted by the women, so whatever it is good for them, they are saying, this is God says, so we have to follow, and most of the women, they are following that. And the habit and culture and tradition, it's so strong. When I want to do something in a male-dominated society, everyone will tell me, it's a shame, don't do it. I mean, no woman had ever done that. And we are not independent. Economically, politically, women in Iraq are not independent and illiteracy. And we do not have enough mature women politicians, because we are not talking about Kurdistan that we have since history. We are struggling, and women was a part of that struggle. In Iraq, we are talking about 2.5 years, and we do not have enough women politicians. And financial support. And what I will recommend here, what we want in Iraq is to have an umbrella to cover all those liberal organizations, as well those Islamic that they are somehow moderate organization, to work together to have the same message concerning the women's right, and telling them that this is our right and we will not give up and we will continue our fighting, even if the Constitution on the 15th of August, they said yes for the Constitution, but still we are saying this is our message. We will continue and we will get our rights today or tomorrow. It doesn't matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Allah. Thank you. Our last speaker on this panel is Jenni Williams. Jenni, do you prefer to sit here or do you? Okay, please. Just let's close the. Do you have the PowerPoint? No.
Most of my work is done on my feet, so I prefer to stand. They say you've got to have balls to confront Mugabe, but I don't have any balls. So I want to teach you our slogan that makes us brave, and it's normally our war cry as we go into the street peacefully, and I thought maybe you'd just like to learn it. It's Qina Mbumbu Qina. Can you say it? Qina Mbumbu Qina. Okay, so when I say Qina Mbumbu Qina, you say Qina. Right? Qina Mbumbu Qina. Sounds good to me. Right. We've set ourselves up as a litmus test to prove that the power of love can conquer the love of power. Tough love is our secret weapon of mass mobilization. We are mobilizing Zimbabweans for an evolution and not a revolution. In Zimbabwe, I'm also known as Mamoyo. Moyo is a name that means heart. I'm a founder of Women of Zimbabwe Arise, and we use the acronym WOZA, which means come forward. We're a civic movement for women to speak out and to hold the government of Robert Gabriel Mugabe accountable. Our mandate is to conduct peaceful protests in defiance of unjust laws that sanction our fundamental and constitutional freedoms. Today I'm speaking to you under risk of having my passport taken away. So please excuse me if I'm a little nervous, because when I fly back Saturday, they might say, you've criticized us, you're a traitor, and in our national interest, it is important for us to take away your passport. But I've heard about fake passports today. So in WOZA, we, through our actions, create space and allow the general public to articulate issues that they are too scared to raise themselves. WOZA has over 20,000 members. They risk arrest by carrying membership cards, and I speak for the generality of Zimbabwean women who too want a better life. I also speak in defiance of all the unjust laws in Zimbabwe, and I speak even though I'm a woman in a patriarchal society. I know for my speech today I can be called a terrorist and a traitor, but it's important for me to express the views of the people who I represent. For my sins and for my good deeds, I have been arrested over 24 times. I'm the most arrested woman in Zimbabwe, and that's in the space of 28 months. And I'm a women's rights activist and proud to be called that. I know that they arrest me, but they cannot arrest my right to enjoy all my freedoms. Myself and my colleagues, we are all not intellectuals, and I hope that you will be able to understand where I'm coming from. We are just simply mothers wanting a better future for our children, and the saying from my friend over there, Rosalind, resonates well with me there. I'm going to speak from the heart, but I have a paper that I can circulate, and I know it's available on the website.
It's on our website.
Thank you.
Sure.
Zimbabwe is a country that attained independence from colonial rule in 1980. It was a process of an armed struggle to remove colonialism from Zimbabwe. It was the increased cost of isolation and the monopoly of power exercised by the then colonial regime that forced negotiations and led to a peace agreement and a transition. It was sanctions and isolation that worked, but it can only work if there are checks and balances and a unity of purpose to help the people, Zimbabweans, and not the politicians. Zimbabwe is on the verge of total collapse. Its economy is in free fall, its healthcare and education systems devastated, and over 3 million of us are starving. We are brutalized by a government that is intent on holding on to power, whatever the cost. Yet it is a government that is also desperate for legitimacy and will not accept that any of its own policies have brought Zimbabwe to this point. Anyone arguing that it is poor governance that has brought on this crisis is told that Zimbabwe is a sovereign state. How can we be a sovereign state when the citizens can't say what is troubling them? According to Mugabe and his associates, it is not misrule and poor governance that have caused the crisis, but smart sanctions imposed by Bush and Blair. And I know you all know who Bush is. Many Zimbabweans don't know who Bush is, but we constantly hear about Bush. The women of WOZA want those targeted sanctions to remain in place. Why? We are sanctioned as ordinary Zimbabweans. We cannot express ourselves without being arrested. We cannot assemble without being arrested. Those are sanctions. I can liken it to the whole of Zimbabwe being underwater, and I express my sympathies to the people of New Orleans. It's like we're underwater, and every now and then we've got to fight to raise our heads up so we can get a breath of fresh air. That's severe sanctioning. So we want those sanctions on Mugabe, those targeted sanctions on Mugabe and his henchmen to remain in place. And there we go, I've now uttered that phrase that will prejudice my passport. I know that there's also debate that these sanctions are being extended to children of members of the ruling party. We've debated on this at our level within communities, and we say that if our children in schools do not have textbooks, exercise books, and they have to go to school barefoot, and sometimes we cannot even afford to send them to school because school fees just went up 1,000%. Why should members of the ruling party, why should their children go to Yale and Oxford? And by the way, they're paying the foreign currency, and we don't even have petrol in Zimbabwe so that the ordinary people can go about their business. So we say those sanctions, unfortunately, should be extended to those children of ruling party members, and it is them who are being used to gain access to foreign currency. The other issue of foreign currency is that we don't even have enough foreign currency in Zimbabwe to buy maize seed. Maize is our staple diet. And we don't have the foreign currency right now as we're going into the rainy season to buy enough seed so we can grow food to alleviate some of those the suffering and starvation of 3 million people. We have a saying in Africa that when the elephants fight, the grass suffers. Woza is made up of those suffering grassroots people who are being held hostage. The ransom Mugabe demands for our freedom is that the superpowers remove targeted sanctions. So please, my plea from the heart is don't remove those sanctions. We should not have to bargain for our rights. In explaining the Zimbabwean situation to you, I must be able to talk about being a women's rights defender and our organization Woza. Many of us were affected by an operation that I know many of you will have heard about. It came about, it was written about in a United Nations report. It was called Operation Murambatswina, which means clear away the trash. And we think it wasn't trash they were clearing away, we think it was people. United Nations estimated that over 700,000 people have lost their homes and their source of livelihood, and both. And over 2.4 million Zimbabweans have been affected in various degrees. This is a government that says they're catering for the welfare of their people. Some of us remember the old times, and we know that when we've seen the report from the Center for Global Development that says that we are worse off economically than our parents were 52 years ago, what that means, it actually means sickness and death. And every day we see that, we live it. Much of that sickness is from the HIV/AIDS pandemic that is sweeping across Zimbabwe. We're an agro-based economy, but this sector has dropped by a cumulative 26%. And we see severe shortages of food, fuel, electricity, essential medical drugs, and hard cash. For God's sake, we actually the only currency we have is called a bearer's check, and mostly the note, which is a one-sided note, is an expired note. So we're even paying each other in expired currency. The economy has almost had a dual economy, and this comes back to the significance of this Operation Murambatswina. We have 80% unemployment in Zimbabwe, and so that constituency, well led by a Zimbabwe Congress of Trade Unions, was no longer very relevant at mobilizing people because they were all in the informal sector. And so the informal sector had to be targeted by Mugabe, and that's why he came up with Operation Murambatswina. Go through some other points. The closing of political space. In that time, over 300 opposition party supporters have faced torture and lost their lives. We have a media that is being severely regulated and harassed by overzealous media commission. Electronic media is mobilized by the ruling party, and more than 30% of Zimbabweans are living in exile, largely for economic and survival purposes. And in an attempt to shore up waning political popularity, the government began a land reform exercise. Yes, many people thought that this was a time for social justice to be recognized after a liberation struggle. But basically, that land reform exercise was implemented without detailed planning, and a catastrophic collapse in agricultural production occurred. This resulted in displacement and social dislocation of hundreds of thousands of farm workers who should have been the first to benefit from land reform. Corrupt allocation of land to the ruling elite has also served to replace one racially determined elite of landowners with another politically determined elite. There are also serious allegations of extensive human rights abuses, which I'll share with you, and these have also been recognized by the African Commission on People and Human Rights, who preferred a report, but that report was ignored by Mugabe. The militarization. The Operation Murambatsvina was supposedly to clean up the urban areas of Zimbabwe and create a better environment. It was carried out by military people, soldiers and police. And so that shows the militarization of the urban system in Zimbabwe. One of our star mobilizers was affected by the Operation Murambatsvina within 30 minutes one day. She is not able to read or write. But she herself is someone who has suffered during the Liberation War and then during the post-independence era. She, in 1987, became a licensed vendor to raise her 5 children, having lost her husband. She was buying vegetables and selling these to her neighbors. She managed to educate her children, and her eldest was in his last year as a teacher trainee. She's well known in her area and is a star mobilizer. She brings at least 100 people to a demonstration which she personally mobilizes. In early June, she went to buy her traditional 90 kg sack of vegetables to sell, and she and other vendors alighted from a bus stop, and immediately they were set upon by riot police and with 2 soldiers there. Were set upon, and her 150,000 investment in vegetables was confiscated. She went home and she was sitting just thinking, oh, what am I going to do now? And there was a banging at her gate. And there was a police defender vehicle with 7 or 8 police officers in them, 2 of them armed with AK-47 rifles. And they came into her yard and said, "Why have you not destroyed your home?" And she said, "I'm renting. How can I destroy someone else's home?" They said, "We are now going to make you, and you have 10 minutes to start destroying this home." And they started to teach her how to destroy, start in the corner. Have you any idea what it is to actually destroy your own home? And then to be taught that you must start to destroy it in the corners, and we'll come back in 10 minutes and see that you've done this. That is Shingi. She remains a star mobilizer for us. She and 29 of us faced our 3rd trial under the Public Order Security Act for blocking the pavement. We demonstrated and we were charged for blocking the pavement. And we all managed to get off once again. The magistrate ruled that women in motion cannot possibly block a pavement. And so we really have to remain in motion. The lack of accountability. That is the number one issue for us in our mandate, is educating the ordinary person that a government has to be accountable to the people. That's why there is an election process. And so we've got to be able to hold a government accountable when we have very little space to do so. One of the powerful methods of accountability is press, but we don't have much press in Zimbabwe. Many journalists are arrested for breaching tough media state laws. None have been convicted, but many have lost their jobs, and over 3 independent newspapers have been closed in the recent times. There's only a state media left and 1 other newspaper, and if you want an independent radio station, it beams from Washington, D.C., and is called Studio 7. That's what saves us. The nonsense of Mugabe, as I said, by giving this speech, I could have my passport taken away and be arrested for a 25th time. But along the way, what he has done to us as a nation, he has used his state media to tell people what it's like to be an African, to be a Zimbabwean. He has tried to suppress this propaganda, and I know my sister in Iraq would understand the same thing there, because we maybe are coming back at the beginning of her cycle that she's hopefully at the end of. He has really taken it and he said anyone who criticizes is a traitor. He's also spread the news that Blair and Bush are the ones who have caused this crisis in Zimbabwe and it's nothing to do with him. So there's a lot of nonsense and propaganda that we have to counter if we're going to mobilize people. Then the other issue, and I really am envious of the people of Iraq. In 1980, after the Liberation War, a lot of very important people, yes, they had played a part in the Liberation War, got together at Lancaster House, and they came up with a ceasefire constitution. And Zimbabwe, 25 years later, we still do not have our own people-driven constitution. It's just been amended, as I've said, for the 17th time. You can't really say it's a constitution anymore. It's been so amended that the spirit of it has completely been lost. And so that constitution, we had a referendum in the year 2000 where Zimbabweans wanted their own constitution. But the constitution that they wanted to select was not the constitution Mugabe wanted to select. And so that was the beginning for us of the crisis. This latest amendment, once signed, and I believe it was actually signed yesterday, it'll be gazetted Friday, is to prevent landowners whose land has been acquired by the state from approaching the courts. Under the new law, the government can seize farmland without paying compensation and bar farmers from contesting the seizure of their properties. This effectively usurps the authority of the courts by denying people recourse to law. They also want to prevent people like me from leaving the country, as we might threaten the national interest, public interest, or economic interest of the state. Zimbabwe has in fact become a very large prison. They want to re-establish the Senate with 5 senatorial constituencies, and maybe this is fine in your language, but what is different in Zimbabwe is we don't have money for senatorial elections because we don't have money for basic commodities, and there's been no consultation. They want to also then disenfranchise permanent residents and take away their right to vote. Our solution, as the woman of Zimbabwe, who don't have balls but we've got a lot of clout, is we have come up with our own form of civil resistance, which is called tough love. Waza takes to the streets in protest as mothers of the nation, and we know that in history, women have been the true liberators of countries. We call our type of civil resistance tough love because we love our country enough to sacrifice being jailed for it, and the tough because our type of love is not easy. Tough love is the disciplining love of a parent. We must practice it and bring dignity back to our families. As tough love defenders, we must keep the spirit of our crusade intact and save it from propaganda. Tough love from the grassroots is the solution to a crisis of governance in Zimbabwe. Our rulers need discipline. And who best to dish it out than their mothers? Gandhi and Martin Luther King have provided some important lessons for women in Zimbabwe to draw on, and the regime of Robert Mugabe provided the motivation for us to come into our own and for us to come up with a way to fight that prevailing climate of fear. And so we found a way to be creative, to combine strategy, and target those unjust laws in Zimbabwe. By targeting them, we know we have to make those injustices visible, which is why I'm the most arrested woman in Zimbabwe. So we, in effect, have become the dispensers of justice. To show a little bit of the attitude that we've had to cope with, I want to mention a quote here by an inspector in Bulawayo. They arrested 12 party members recently for putting up posters for a mayoral election, something that I'm sure is quite easy for you to do without thinking of being arrested here. Anyway, these 12 people went to court and they were charged for violating the Public Order Security Act, which has been in place for the last 50 years in Zimbabwe in one form or another. And the police officer said, we cannot let a situation where people just go about blocking traffic toying and disturbing peace-loving people. Toying is an African word. It means lifting your knees up in a street movement, a peaceful street action. It's called toying. So he said that we can't just have them doing that. And so we arrested them under Posa. Inspector Dube has not managed to convict anyone because the Constitution, albeit in pieces as it is, does allow for freedoms of assembly and movement. But you know you have to spend at least 48 hours in custody. The acronym WASA is an Ndebele word, as I said, come forward. We bind women together and we have to find a way to make them courageous in speaking out. What we have found in celebrating WASA is we also are celebrating our femininity. We've adopted imaginative ways of highlighting our issues. We also used United Nations recognized days, such as World Refugee Day, International Women's Day, to put forward the burning and everyday issues that are affecting our well-being. We had to do that because we had to explore a way to legitimize our peaceful protest within a climate where they didn't want any protest. We found that this has made us effective, and we have been growing and growing by leaps and bounds. We adopted this highest risk option of demonstration in one of the most repressive countries, packaged it with love and determination, added strategy and tactics, and it has worked to make us effective. Most of all, we found that WASA is leading the way in having the nation, Zimbabweans, understand that you have to hold your leaders accountable, but how is what we are showing them. And some of my happiest moments have been cramped in police cells in absolutely horrible conditions. There's no intercom for you to say whether you want tea or coffee, because there's no food. And there's no flushing toilets. It's just the worst conditions imaginable. Some of the ways that we have been able to combine that, as I said, we've blend our femininity with the tough stuff of street action. We were mostly able to capitalize on the cultural aversion to a man beating a woman in public. We know that when the riot police come, and normally as we're in Toy movement, we're looking out, watching for them, and they regularly come. We know that when they come with their batons raised, they're able to just look and see that we are just mothers, sisters, peaceful women, and it immediately takes the fight out of them. That high-risk mandate means we have to cope with the consequences of arrest, and that's fine for us to do that. Thank you. We also had to work within a climate of fear and propaganda. We had to make unjust laws visible so that the world would know that we are not happy with the situation in Zimbabwe. We also had to get around the normal way that a lot of our women's organizations operated in Zimbabwe, which was in workshops and lovely workshops where you eat wonderful food, and that's sort of where it ended when people walked out the door. We had to show people that you must speak and you must act. And we had to conduct our meetings in secret in an underground way. We mobilized because we mobilized on topical issues, and that was important for us. We had to be adept at communicating, and we had to risk being jailed for up to 2 years. These are some of the things that we had to go through in being able to work as women in Zimbabwe. But if I can just share with you what happened to us on election night in Zimbabwe. We organized a prayer vigil because we know that elections in Zimbabwe are often fraudulent, and because Mugabe wants to hold on to power, he might rig the elections. So we mobilized over 2,000 women to go into the central Harare, into Africa Unity Square, and to pray for a safe announcement and a peaceful post-election period. After the third prayer and the third song, when we were standing and singing the third song, riot police descended upon us and arrested us, and many of us were beaten on that day by police officers. At the end of that night, over 265 women and 20 babies were in custody. Where they could, the police actually took women and hid them away in dark corners of the city, walked upon them with their boots and beat them and tried to say, "You woman must know your place, and that place is in the kitchen." We refused to obey that. That's some of the activities that we're involved in. I must just share maybe some of the needs that we have in Zimbabwe. 13,000 Zimbabweans need 13,000 Zimbabweans are receiving antiretroviral, but over 3 million Zimbabweans need that. We find that only the rich and elite are being able to access the antiretrovirals. Humanitarian aid agencies often access in terms of food. That's the one issue that we wanted to make a special point on. We are not expendable in Zimbabwe. Don't believe it when Mugabe says we are choking. And we really want to encourage the humanitarian agencies that despite the hassles you face in trying to help and to bring us food, please keep on because we need your help. We know that life expectancy has gone down from 63 to 33 years, and so that help is absolutely needed. They say in Zimbabwe, every 20 minutes a Zimbabwean child is orphaned from HIV/AIDS. And so we need to be able to access help. The Liberation War has unfinished business, and that is social justice, and that is what we are fighting for. And if there's any way that you can help us to get more and more Zimbabwean women empowered so that they can speak out and we can achieve social justice, then we will find that the Liberation War will have been worth fighting. We call not for an armed struggle, but for commitment from all citizens to show tough love in their daily activities. Hate and violence cannot build or construct. Only love can conquer all and bring freedom to Zimbabwe. A social justice program, an evolution, not a revolution, will complete the unfinished business. The women of Woza stand ready to actively lead the way to a brighter future in our beautiful country that we are proud to call home. And we're doing that through tough love. It's our place, and we're happy to stand up and face the consequences. I thank you from the women of Woza. Qina Mbumbu! Qina!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our three panelists. And now we are going to open the floor to questions and comments. Could I ask you also to identify yourself? And if there are people in the fourth floor, if you have any questions, please write it down. And there's someone down there, our interns are down there. They'll bring the questions up to here. Sanam, did I see you? No? Okay. Yes, please. Just wait for the microphone. It's okay here.
Thank you. My name is Paulette Lee. I'm a communication specialist and a mature graduate student in international service at American University. And I just actually completed research on some research on women and conflict resolution. But first of all, I want to express my gratitude, particularly to women that I'm going to say my sisters from Iraq and Zimbabwe in particular, for the risk that you've taken and the tremendous courage that you have demonstrated by being here. It's one I sit here saying I've done research. I've never done anything like what you've done, even though I've broken some barriers in this country, nothing like what you've done. I wonder whether typical women's way of approaching conflict resolution is working. I struggle with that all the time. I'm not advocating violence, but I see women victimized by rape and violence against women. I see and hear about women being victimized all the time. Are there other ways to empower women beyond what's currently being done or is what is being done working? Thank you.
Who wants to go first? Jenni, Allah? Jenni, go
from here?
first. Yes, please go first, and then Allah. Yeah.
As I said, I think it's not a revolution that we're looking for, it's an evolution. Because if we go about it as a mother building up a family, it's bound to be a long-lasting reconstruction and a strong nation that you build. Revolutions don't change the way people think and the way people understand democracy. So yes, but I think maybe I didn't have time to share the one important thing. Yes, I'm the most arrested woman in Zimbabwe, but it's amazing how many police officers who are my jailers ask to shake my hand. Why do they ask to shake my hand? Because they understand the role I'm playing as a mother in holding them accountable. And they understand that it is for them I also fight. And so I think, yes, there's a wonderful way that we can work as women, and it is powerful, but I thought it's about also being a patient woman, and I know we can be patient.
Allah?
Thank you for that question. Concerning it's true, the women always they are victimized and always they are the main target. Even today in Iraq, women are kidnapped. The wife or children or the kids of the elite are under the threat, and they are kidnapped. They are raped by the terrorists in order to push the other side to take a reaction or to take a position. But there is a way always with the women that we are giving ourselves, relief, and to give ourselves to stand the position and to say we will not surrender and we will work on, keep on going. And yes, there is a way. I mean, fight the illiteracy, poverty, and as well have a program with the moderate Islamist women. Then you could get a woman to a position that they could share the power with the men, and then we could have a better society and better family.
Yes, the lady in the back.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for the presentations. I'm Carola Weil. I'm a professor at the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. And my question really goes to all three panelists, but perhaps more specifically to Jenni Williams from Zimbabwe and Ala Talabani. What you have described in many ways is not just the struggles of women in conflict, but also the space that has been created through a situation of crisis that allows women perhaps to take on a more explicit role in society, a more visible role. I hesitate to use the word empowerment because it obviously comes at a very high price. My question is, to what degree do you think that space, that political space that is created for women in moments of crisis can be extended to persist even after the crisis passes? So in the case of Zimbabwe, for example, what is the support that you have of the men for WOZA? In the case of Iraq, are you finding any incidences where, for example, in Bangladesh, when women were given small credit loans or were given economic opportunities, they found themselves being beaten by their husbands or in many cases experiencing backlash by men? Have you experienced similar kinds of events in Iraq? You mentioned that there is a long struggle, a long history of the social movement, women's movement in northern Iraq. But I wonder whether that space is actually diminishing faster than we can keep it open. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to go first? The three panelists. Okay.
No,
if you feel
I actually agree with the comment. I think that the spaces are closing in, and I see that in Uganda, where when the national resistance movement first came to power, you had a very open pro-women process happening, and gradually over time, I think their negotiating space has really closed, and there's been a real reaction because first they had the quota system. There were 38 districts at that time, and so women were in parliament, they were in places. There was a strong civil society, women's organizations as well. And gradually, for me, it is the militarization of the society, the way in which the military option continued within the society, and women worked against that, but they were closed, their space was closed. They did an alliance in 94, in the Constituent Assembly period, when the Constitution was in process, an alliance with sort of gender-sensitive men, and that enabled them to get a constitution that was quite very gender-sensitive, actually. And there are these opening and closing spaces that I see in Salvador as well, where I did research earlier, El Salvador and other places. So I think your comment is a good one, well taken, but it's a process of opening and renegotiating each time. I think that's the nature of women's struggle, is to constantly renegotiate for the space.
Jenni?
As a grassroots movement, I think our focus is not necessarily on opening up a political space or being in parliament or anything like that. We're into people power. And for me, the important journey that we've seen in our work in Waza is the opening not of space in the corridors of power, but the opening of space in people's minds, that they can fight for their own freedom and they can enjoy it and have it. And once you open that space in someone's mind, that they have that right and that power, and it's immense, I think it's very unlikely that it will close very quickly. And I think that is what's wrong with society, is we need to be able to empower people with their rights so that we won't have unconsulted actions, just like going to war in Iraq. There should always be more consultation with ordinary people. So yeah, let's open that space, but also let's think of where we can open that space, not only corridors of power, but in people's minds.
For my side and for further explanation, I could say that yes, in Kurdistan, after the struggle, the woman has been given a space, and we have practiced our rights, and we were free to do it, and we never, since 91, we never experienced any kind of violence or rape, except in some traditional and rural area, and this is why those laws, articles in Iraqi law has been changed. But as my sister says, it's the question of opening the mind. For example, right now in Iraq, we had almost 33% of the parliament. We have a woman as a minister, but yet in most of the south and central small cities and towns, the women are not allowed to attend the school, and they are not allowed to go out from the outside of the home. So the question is how you will change the other part of the society who has the power, who has the authority to give you this and that. And this is why I've suggested, I said, we should have a grant or fund, let's say, for having a national umbrella to cover the from north to south of Iraq, and to involve those Islamists, moderate Islamists, because I've experienced back in 91 until 96, when the oil for food program started in Iraq. In Kurdistan, the society has turned to an Islamic society as well, because we had sanction and there was a poverty, and the Kurdish parties, they didn't have enough money to the society. And on the other side, the Islamic organizations have a huge fund from the Islamic countries, and they flow up the money inside the society. And they were telling you, for example, I was a student, and they tell me, if you want to finish your university, we will pay for you on monthly basis, but then you have to wear scarf. And I said, no, I rather prefer to work within my universities and do no scarf. And the same situation with the mother. We will pay you money, but then your kids should wear scarf. But hopefully after Oil for Food program, the situation has been changed. So the question is, do you have something to give to the community in order to tell them, this is what I will give you and this is what will be your responsibility, specifically the men of the society. Thank you.
Sorry,
thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I forgot to answer the specific question on men. Yeah,
Another question for you.
men are pressing us to become members of WARSA, and we have allowed them to come on board. But the first objective is to teach them how to be good sisters, women human rights defenders, and to train them in non-violence. So we are beginning a small project to see how, but we guard jealously that WARSA is for women.
We are very egalitarian here. I took 2 questions from this room. I'm going to read 2 questions from the 4th floor. One is addressed to Jenni Williams by Orna Blom, who works for the State Department's Office of International Women's Issues. Her question is, I'm reading it, I've seen reports on the camps run by Mugabe to indoctrinate children in Zimbabwe. How can WARSA and other women's groups counter such efforts to brainwash today's youth?
To
brainwash today's, how can WARSA, counter such efforts?
The youth militia camps is a major challenge for us in WARSA. The challenge is a mother's challenge, because the promise to our youth in going into the youth militia is that they will be able to get jobs. With 80% unemployment, many mothers want their children to get a job. The challenge is we know that they are taught violence and brainwashed. And recently I drove through a rural area and saw 300, and I think there were at least 2 companies who were women. Our only work that we can do is we continue to empower the young woman to come into WARSA. We educate her on her rights and we teach her about tough love. And we know that if we just carry on doing that work, perhaps the youth militia camps will be disbanded. But we also know that there's a lot of problems in feeding the children in the youth camps, and so they're constantly being disbanded. It's a major challenge for us.
Okay. A question to Ala Talabani and to all women panelists from Jennifer Green, Piece by Piece. And I'm going to summarize the question. What, if any, role do you see, Ala, or hope women to be involved in the disarmament of Iraq, and what are the challenges? The question was basically, why are women left out of disarmament negotiations, and what can one do to counter that?
Simply because the women, we are not involved in such a program in Iraq. We are not, the government will not consult with us to discuss his plan concerning the disarmament or concerning any other negotiation. Even what was going on during the constitution, drafting the constitution in the last 10 days, all the men, they have a meeting and they have decided, or let's say the disagreement and the agreement about any article, any points had been decided by the man, and all the women members, they were excluded from that negotiation. So I'm afraid that the women, we do not have that role in disarmament or in, as I said, in conflict resolution in the term of, let's say, the making peace in the community.
Well, I can't comment specifically about Iraq, but I do know that in the case of Burundi, for example, when they were excluded, Burundian women, they came together, 19 different representatives of parties, refugee women, women from the diaspora. This was in Arusha in 2000, and while the formal meetings were going on, the Burundian women, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about this later, so I don't want to go to, but I think it's a good example of where they came together and they decided what kind of peace agreements they wanted, in what form of, how they wanted to be involved, and they pushed to get observer status, and they also, of course, it wasn't wholly successful, but I think that is a way in which women in different parts of the world have acted. They've formed parallel conferences outside of the formal room. I wanted to also just comment on, I think, the first question, that in terms of what women should be doing. I don't think we should be neglecting the power space. I think we should also be working in that arena. And I think it's extremely important, and it's been one of the failures of the women's movement, in my view, to ignore the central mainstream resource place. And I think that's why we have to push to be very much a part of that arena as well. Of course, the opening up of space and the imagination, all that, but we also need to mainstream and to make sure that we realize, otherwise we have to say, why do we have Mugabe the way he is? Maybe we dealt with survival strategies and all these other things outside the central place of power. And I would suggest that in the case of Iraq, they're moving much more into the central place, in Uganda also, in Burundi and in other countries. And I think that we need both, and these are the kinds of multiple levels of strategic alliances women need to take.
In the next panel, we have the president of the Burundi Trade Union in Bujumbura. So she'll be with us, and you'll hear more on this issue from her. Jenni, do you care to comment on this briefly? Because we have
I think, right now, what we are doing in Zimbabwe is the International Day of Peace is around the corner. And I'm sure right now, as I speak, women are in meetings, and they're talking about peace and what kind of peace they want. And we'll be going out into the street on the 21st of September on that. For us, it's important that we propel the woman's voice onto issues like that. And yes, if we need to mainstream those voices, but we must play a role. It's actually very important for women who understand what peace should present and should have what we have with peace, and we don't have it in Zimbabwe. So yes, that's an important role.
Ala wanted to add something.
I would like to add something. It's that the women organization, when we had such a crisis, they will let's say they will have a statement. They will announce their position. But as I said, because we do not have independence, and because we are a part of the party's ideological things, so that announcement or that statement will be affected by the position of the party. For example, if we are within that conflict or within that fight, so my statement will reflect that position more or less. But yet there are small organization, or they are working hard to have that independency, but comparing those organization with the organization that are supported by the political party, it doesn't matter if it's Islamist or liberal parties, they are small and they do not have, let's say, members as the other party organizations they have in Iraq. And this is a part of the problem, that we didn't have a role, but because we cannot get out with one position with everyone.
Yes, here.
I just wanted to say, first off, Jenni, you might not have balls, but you certainly have ovarian fortitude. I appreciate you all being here, so kudos to that. My question, I'm Beth Windish, recent graduate, and I'm specifically interested in the Middle East, so this might be slanted towards Ms. Talabani, but the issue of conflict has been impacted by forcibly displaced people in many different areas, and I know you talked about your experience with Kirkuk and being kicked out when you were 4. So I was wondering if we can talk a little bit about the women's movement's role in resolving conflict and issues of displaced people. Thanks.
That's a tough question, because for the displaced people, once you will get to the new town or a new camp, you will face a lot of problems. You will have you do not have a school for your kids, first of all. Second, you do not have a health center. You do not have a job, and the other things that you will face, it's social problems. I mean, among the members of the displaced, because we are talking of accommodating like 200 families in one small building. So all these problems are directly related to the women, and this is why we as a Kurdish women organization, we concentrated in those camps on those displaced, and we have we were successful in fundraising for those women. For having some kind small project for themselves to support their families, and even in the post-conflict right now in Iraq, for example, in my case in Kirkuk, still we are facing the difficulties because we are not allowed to go back to hometown. We are not allowed to go back to Kirkuk. For example, I was nominated in Kirkuk, and they told me that you cannot vote for yourself in Kirkuk because since 1974 you are living in Suleimania, so my registration should be in Suleimania. And this is why we have had a protest, and women, we were part of that protest in Kirkuk, and we said we will boycott the election, and the Kurdish cities, Kurdish government, they supported that. They says if in Kirkuk they boycott the election, we will boycott the election, which means the collapse or the end of the political process in Iraq, because we are the second top part of the Iraq, and then we were allowed to take part in that election. But again, we are facing the same problem in the referendum and the new coming election, and the women, they are still living. I mean, my neighborhoods or my friends, still they are living in under the tent in their hometowns, while someone else is living in his house. But I mean, it's hard to explain why I am not allowed to demand for my house, and this is my property lands and the papers, and I want to get back, but they are saying because we need to have a law and we need more time to resolve that problem, and this is the situation, and mainly it's the women are affected by such a
I'm sure the second panel will also touch up on this. Question in the back. I'm trying to move across the room, and also I have one question from the fourth floor. Yes, yeah.
Hi, my name is Julie. I'm from American University School of International Service. And my question was for Ms. Williams. It was, how does WOSA work with opposition parties like the Movement for Democratic Change? What is the relationship with political opposition parties, if any? And have members of these parties attempted to work with you? Have they approached you? And how do you see these parties as working with you? How important what would you like their role to be? Thank you.
That's a tough question.
You have 1 minute to answer.
Yeah. The Movement for Democratic Change, we should have had been able to have a closer working relationship with them. However, because of the Unjust Law Public Order Security Act, it was difficult. In that act, it says any demonstration or any meeting that is of a political nature has to go through and be politically cleared. So we found that if we had too close a relationship with them, even though they are pro-democracy and so are we, that it would prejudice our defense when we were taken to court under the Public Order Security Act. So we decided that we must stick to and explore the socio-economic issues that make WOSA what it is today. Unfortunately, along the way, there have been problems, just as there are problems with male-female interaction in civic society, where we have gone and we've opened up new territory, and there is some antagonism towards the way we work. But we remain committed to doing that. We think they should be able to work more closely with us and understand that we're issue-based and we're not interested in political power. And we continue to lobby them. At activist level, many members of both parties, the Movement for Democratic Change and ZANU-PF, those women are with us, arrested with us. I've been in jail with them because they want accountability in Zimbabwe and a better life.
There was a question in the middle. Yes.
Hi, I'm Reema Simpson, an independent consultant. I'm also from Nepal, and there's a huge conflict there that hasn't made the news very much. And the situation in Nepal is, I'm going from personal experience and from anecdotes and so on, is actually the women who are the most dispossessed in Nepal. They're about primary education is about 14% for women. Women can't own property. We have the caste system, the system of untouchables and so on. And in fact, the Maoists have had great success in recruiting women who then turn out to be some of the most fierce fighters. And I've seen myself where women beheading people and drinking their blood and things like that. So very vicious. And I'd be interested to hear from you, from your experience, where there have been other such instances, and what some of the strategies have been to try and get these women to the negotiating table.
Thank you. Let's take another question there too. Yes, please. We're taking two questions together.
A brief question from Ms. Talabani. I wondered if there are significant differences in the role that women are able to take in the Kurdish communities in Iraq, Turkey, and Iran.
Okay. Who wants to go with the first question? Do you want to go?
Well, I am familiar with the situation in Nepal, particularly from 1996 on, and I think your question is very important because it speaks to the way in which we shouldn't essentialize women as always being peacemakers. They're not. They participate quite actively, and we've seen this certainly a lot of the 12,500 girls that I mentioned in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They don't want to return to the DRC, and they don't want to be called child soldiers. They're quite proud to be doing this work. So the indoctrination is quite awful, and I've seen it in Nepal as well. And I don't know how we counter that, except in the case of northern Uganda, what they've done is they've taken some of these girls to special homes once they've rescued them. Some don't believe they're rescued. And they're highly traumatized. They've become mothers of children from these terrorists, Lord Resistance Army people, and some of those programs work, some don't. I mean, they've tried gradually to reinsert them into civil society by dealing with their traumatized state. I think one of the identifications that women and children have in African societies that I know is their identification with community, with their ancestors, with that whole place where they should be. And as Graça Machel said, that is the only way we can reinsert them into society. Once it's been broken, as in the case of what you've mentioned in Nepal and other places, it's very, very hard to reestablish. I don't know if that helps, but I tried to answer your question.
Correct me if I am wrong. When we are talking about Kurdistan in Iraq, Iran and Turkey, it's totally three different cultures. Though we speak the same language, but each part of that Kurdistan, it's affected by the other side of the community, which is the Persian or the Turk or the Arab. In case of our role, I could say that it is much more related to the Kurdish women that they are living abroad in Europe, in Sweden. They had a program covering all the part of the Kurdistan, I mean, Turkey and Iran. And I said it's a different culture. For example, even if I am allowed to talk about Iran, the women in Kurdistan or in the rural area in Iran are thrown by stone when they are accused by adultery, or they are accused even if there is no fact behind that. if the man says that. But we never had that in Iraqi Kurdistan. I mean, not in my time, not in my mother, not in my grandmother's time. So that role, it's much more reflected by the Kurdish women that they are living in Europe. And in Iraqi Kurdistan, we never get across one of the women organizations, specifically from Turkish. They never ask for the help. Sometimes the Iranian organization, they are coming and we are exchanging ideas. We are organizing for them seminars, lectures, whatever. But it's totally three different culture, and those women that they are, that they have an idea, because once they are living, for example, in Sweden, they have friends from Iranian or from Turkish side, and they are talking about their problems, and they are affording the support for them. But we never had across it in Iraqi Kurdistan.
In my time and in my grandmother's time and mother's time, women were not stoned in Iran either. This is in the last 27 years that this punishment was introduced. We have run out of time. I thank the panelists for giving us such a scintillating, different presentation. And just take 10 minutes and please come back, because you are in for another treat by three extraordinary panelists. See you in 10 minutes back, and my colleague Howard Volpe will be chairing the meeting.
Here we are. How were we? I had the most difficult role because I've never in that position.
And then we'll have
the activist.
It's okay.
No, she's good. Great.
My card. I join here and you speak.
Yeah.
And it's good to be in touch. We work in the International Women's Issues Office.
Yes, with Iraqi Democracy Initiative.
With Charlie. Do you know Charlie Ponticelli? Yeah. Yeah, we work with Charlie. I have a question for you. What's your view specifically on the Constitution? Where is it good for women and where is it not so good?
There are things. No, I'm not satisfied really with the Constitution.
I would love to see you.
There are a lot of contradictory. For example,
the guy has to go through the road.
At least you recognize the name.
You should go with the Islamic Sharia, and then it says you shouldn't disagree with the international treaties. And
Julia, they need a piece of paper and a pencil to write the question. I don't know, I forgot to put but you put Cheryl here, I think, yeah, on the other side.
We'll work with it.
Okay, you Cheryl here, yeah, and then that's it.
The problems can be resolved over time.
Yes, because there's so many articles that says it should be changed within the.
First, can I type that into the laptop, or is that a problem? Yeah. It should be if it's a problem where it needs to, but yeah, that probably
should be changed.
Yeah, it's just a couple of sentences. It'll save me reading it.
We need the laptop.
Computer.
I know, and that's
okay.
And then
Click to exit.
It should be treated.
There you go.
Religious
open up Word.
And we never explain. And that means, for example,
yeah, usually there's a little icon. I'm not seeing the W.
Where you have the right to choose a civil course?
Do we want like new document or something? Windows? No, that's Windows Update. My documents, yeah? Yeah, my documents we can probably just go to. Is that where we are?
It should be easier though.
I think we should go to my documents.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
I guess, file new. The problem is, will we find it then when we want it?
Here we go.
Okay.
I was just now up on Capitol Hill where your
New text document. Yeah,
Dr.
great.
Azar,
Okay.
And they were saying that perhaps they could do a Bill of Rights.
That's fine.
This is what we are asking, and what we...
And then when it's my, do you know where I am in the order of
You're going to
things?
be first.
So will you just be able to, or I guess we could just put it up now. It doesn't even matter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
To cover everyone. I mean, I cannot talk on Islamic issue, but we could get some Islamic women that they could interpret the Islamic Sharia and to put it in that proposal, and it could be acceptable by the others Islamic, not just by me.
Now, is it true so far that a woman could not sit, let's say, on the Supreme Court, let's say, considered a Islamic expert, as they define from the Constitution?
This is what I've asked our law committee in the parliament when they were drafting that let's say court, and I said it's all written in mail because in Arabic you have mail. You have a gender problem. You do not have it in Kurdish, and this is my problem when I'm speaking in Arabic. And I said, does that mean that will cover the other sex, female? And he says yes. And then I said, but my understanding, and I know that the marginal system says the women are not qualified to be a judge, and we have women that they have been a candidate.
Yeah, we know, we met
you are not, and so I need a guarantee in the law says that there's no such a discrimination. And
All men are created equal.
It's true.
How long will you be here?
Just I arrived the day before yesterday.
How long will you stay?
Until 17th.
Till 17th?
Yeah, 17th after
Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can meet. Do you have some time this week?
I will give you,
My phone number's on there.
Okay, I will give you a call, or I will send you an email, and
okay.
Probably.
Where can you be reached? To Eulalie?
Yeah.
How can we reach you?
It's my email.
Yeah, but will you be on email here?
Yeah.
You'll get on the email?
Yes.
Okay. All right, it would be nice to have you come over and see Charlie.
Thank you.
Glad to meet you.
Good to meet you. April,
in Baghdad.
This is Sarah from also.
Nice to meet you, Sarah.
And if there's anything we can do while you're here.
For example, the women in Kurdistan working group to have a similar message in the women in Basra.
Right. Well, I've been working with a coalition of women such as Dr.
Some top leaders, some names that are respectable in the society. For example, when you are approaching me, there is in northern the same things apply to the women in the southern central. I mean, it is not the matter of the organization thing, it's the matter of her personality is how she could affect the particular specific part of the intervention.
Well, let's talk
okay.
then. Okay. We also are touring with Talabani.
My friend as well, just in case. I don't know.
I called you at the Melrose yesterday. They said you would cancel your...
My reservation, yeah. I'm still with the it was because of the airport, and because I've got a lot of friends here, and everyone is telling me that you should stay with me. I found that I'm out of the time.
Sometimes wonder whether I should
possibly hit the hotel and I would stay like that.
I don't know. Are you going to tell me?
We'll see you in
Baghdad.
Hopefully.
And maybe a little bit more graphic. Yeah, there you go. I think they say would illustrate that. I appreciated your energy. If you're looking for crass American translation, that's I appreciated your presentation a lot. It's very energetic. Good luck with your passport. Okay, great. And where from?
On the screen. So can you make it big? I'm taking all of these. All right, I'm gonna call everybody in my web layout here. I don't know. Okay, we're going to get started with the second panel. If people would like to come and take their seats, please.
What's happening on the UN front?
The last, I have to talk. The last EPA one is in November. So hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
Are you guys going to? Hi, I'm Howard Walker.
Hi.
I'm Cheryl. Are you going to be speaking from here or from the...
I'm going to sit here. I just need to warm up my laptop because my presentation's on here.
Was this the PowerPoint you sent me? It's not a it's a Word document. Yeah, it's inside.
Oh, yeah. As long as you just
I'm staying put.
Just
I'm
let
not
my thing warm up because my
Oh, sure.
presentation is on here. My text. Well, we need to let people sit down. That's fine.
We'd like to encourage people to take their seats, and so we can begin the second portion of the program today. I thought it was my phone, but it's your computer that's doing that. Which is focused, whereas the first panel was focused upon dealing with the role of women in creating the possibilities for peace in conflict societies. The second panel is going to be focused on the role of women in post-conflict reconstruction. I'm Howard Walpe. I direct the Africa program and also the project on leadership and building state capacity. Hala indicated at the introduction of her program this morning that the leadership project, was formerly known as the Conflict Prevention Project. Just a brief word and explanation as to why the name change and why the preoccupation with leadership and building state capacity. After many years of being involved in peace processes in a number of different capacities, both diplomatically and earlier in Congress, it was my conviction that many of the conventional approaches that are mounted by the international community in both peace-building initiatives and also post-conflict initiatives have lacked sustainability. We often will manage to secure a negotiated agreement, putting enormous pressure on the parties, the belligerents, to a conflict. But we then take subsequently a pretty technocratic approach to the task of post-conflict reconstruction. We have a little checklist of boxes we will check off, identifying the elements that go into post-conflict reconstruction, be it disarmament and demobilization, reintegration of belligerent fighters, standing up of an independent electoral commission, providing support for political parties, for multi-party electoral competition, support for civil society, and the list goes on. But what we've not really dealt with, I don't think very effectively, is the mindsets of belligerent parties coming out of conflict. Unless one deals with those mindsets, the way people see each other and understand their conflict, I do not believe peace can be sustainable. And so what we are trying to do with the reformulated project on leadership and building state capacity is to try to think through a bit more effectively, more comprehensively, I should say, ways and means of trying to change the paradigm of war, which is basically a zero-sum paradigm, where people come out of a conflict seeing each other as enemies by definition, having no sense of interdependence, no recognition of the value of collaboration, changing that mindset so people begin to resurrect a sense of their interdependence, a sense of their connection, helping to rebuild relationships that are fractured in conflict. Without sustainable relationships, I don't think peace is sustainable. Rebuilding a consensus about rules of the game, about how people manage their conflict and manage their lives within the society. And finally, just literally helping people to rebuild the skills of communication. In war and in conflict, people scream at each other quite a bit, but they've lost the art often of listening to one another. And so we want to see if it's possible to kind of address those imperatives to help make peace processes more sustainable. That will be the mission of the restructured project on leadership. Delighted to join with Hala and the Middle East program today in the sponsorship of this particular program on women's role in conflict, both resolution and this panel's focus on reconstruction. And I'm very pleased to introduce the three panelists that you will be hearing from this afternoon. Cheryl Benard, is that correct pronunciation? is a senior political analyst in the Center for Middle East Public Policy at the RAND Corporation. At RAND, she directs the Initiative for Middle Eastern Youth. Her areas of specialization have included political Islam, post-conflict reconstruction, civil society, and human capital issues. Her recent projects in which she's been involved include an analysis of changes in the Islamic world post 9/11, a study of the reconstruction of health systems in post-conflict settings from Germany to Iraq, and she's been involved in developing recommendations to improve military and NGO cooperation in situations of humanitarian crisis relief. Her most recent book is Civil Democratic Islam, published in 2003. And today she'll be focusing her remarks on Afghanistan, where she has recently returned, from which she has recently returned, where she was assessing the progress of post-conflict reconstruction there. Eulalie Nibizi, to my right, is someone I've known for quite some time because of the work we've been doing in a leadership training program in Burundi, is the president of the Teachers Trade Union of Burundi, the largest trade union educational trade union in the country. She served on the board of the trade union since 1992 and has worked for many years to improve social and professional conditions for not only for educators but for children in Burundi. After the conflict from 1999 to 2004, she served as the general secretary of the Observatory of Government Action, which was a Burundian NGO that has attempted to monitor and assess the progress of government actions in a variety of social sectors. Currently, she works in Bujumbura, where she is an advocate for labor conditions, for human rights, for women's rights. She's also in charge of programming for secondary schools in Burundi. And finally, incidentally, may I ask this, Georgina, why don't you join us up here so that you can assist perhaps in some of the translation of the actual discussion. Sanam Anderlini, also someone I've known for a number of years. Normally she has had me, hosted me on a panel. It's nice to return the favor today. Sanam Anderlini is going to be focusing today on Rwanda and also providing a broader overview. She is an independent consultant on gender, peace, and security issues, currently writing a book on the role of women in resisting war and rebuilding peace. She works with the United Nations, with the World Bank, bilateral agencies on gender and conflict policies and programs. From 2002 to 2005, she directed the Women Waging Peace Policy Commission, which produced 10 field-based studies on women's contributions to peace processes. Her most recent publication is entitled Negotiating the Transition to Democracy and Reforming the Security Sector, Vital Contributions of South African Women. In the year 2000, she served as the senior policy advisor on the global campaign Women Building Peace, from the Village Council to the negotiating table, and has served as an advocate for the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. I'm delighted to have all three of you with us this morning, I guess still. We didn't actually discuss the sequence, but perhaps in the order in which I made the introductions.
Fine.
Please share. And I'm going to ask people to try to restrict your remarks to 10 minutes, and I'll give you a little notice in advance, so please don't become angry with me if I do that.
Okay. No conflicts over that. Okay. I come to this topic from several perspectives. One, I'm a political scientist. Two, I'm someone who's been working on nation-building issues for quite a while. Three, I've also been involved in on-the-ground women's projects, also refugee projects, primarily projects for women and children in refugee camps in Pakistan during the war against the Soviet occupation, and in the movement for shelters for battered wives. And lastly, it's almost a part of one's identity. I'm a attender of conferences, so which is a good way to keep one's fingers on the pulse of what the mainstream thinking is on various topics. I'd like to say at the outset that the progress that women have made in Afghanistan is astounding and impressive in many ways. just like to leave that statement in the room because I'm going to move on now to critique the approach. So we all know what these accomplishments have been. I'm not going to go over them again. But what stands in my mind when I review these really very significant, amazing changes when you consider the baseline, what stands out in my mind nonetheless is a talk that I heard from a very, very senior United Nations official in 2002, early 2002, when he discussed the program he was planning to implement in Afghanistan. He was in charge of it at that time. And he said that he felt that there should be a lot of emphasis on getting women into the educational system, but that he was confident that Afghan women themselves did not want to participate in the political process, and one should not push that issue because one would merely then endanger the stability of that country. The facts have shown him to be astonishingly wrong in that prediction. Afghan women took to the democratic process and its opportunities like a duck to water, and faced all sorts of risks and obstacles to participate both actively and passively in the democratic process and all of its opportunities. And I think it's because of that, really, because of that groundswell of will from the Afghan women themselves, that I feel justified in taking a critical look at what nation building is accomplishing and how perhaps we could approach it in a more effective and in a better way. On the topic of women's political and societal significance altogether, there has been measurable progress during my professional lifetime. The sentences you see on the screen behind me were spoken by Colin Powell during his tenure as Secretary of State. These are sentences which, when my female colleagues and I were saying them at conferences 20 or 25 years ago, occasioned audible sighs and the rolling of eyes among the male participants. To say that female genital mutilation was a human rights issue, for example, was considered a radical and indeed a bizarre notion, and it was considered in very bad taste to even bring it up at a political science conference at all. This is no longer the case. It is today a mainstream belief that offenses against the rights of women are human rights issues. You can find it on the official State Department website. The younger people in the audience probably aren't going to believe me, but nonetheless it is absolutely true that insight alone was a matter of controversy still in the early 1980s. I recall contentious sessions within Amnesty International, with a minority arguing that violations on the basis of gender should be included in that organization's portfolio, and the majority at that time arguing that this was a cultural question which outsiders to a country should not be criticizing. The rhetoric has changed significantly, and I don't mean that in a sarcastic way. We, and by we I mean the activist professionals and the women's movement in general, wanted the rhetoric to change, and a great deal of effort was expended on that goal. However, I believe that goal has now been achieved, and it's time to move forward to the next one. That hill is captured, and the flag is on it. Let us turn now to post-conflict and nation-building situations. If we look at what women typically have been obtaining in these situations, a few things stand out. One, there is an effort made to draft a constitution in which issues related to gender are dealt with in an acceptable fashion, i.e., in a manner that is in general accord with the global mainstream values of equity and equality. Two, there is a Minister of Women's Affairs appointed to the cabinet. Three, there is usually a conscious effort to appoint at least one other woman minister. Four, there is a sincere effort to secure the participation of women in elections, at least as voters, and if possible also as candidates. With the exception of the second achievement, the attempt to include at least a second woman in the cabinet, which is motivated by concern over how things will look and how they will be received by the international audience and the press, the other motives are based on the true conviction that these are important for the nation-building effort. It is believed that in most cases, women will vote the right way, namely for the more democratic platform and candidate, because they will generally perceive that as being in their best interest. In Afghanistan, President Karzai openly stated that he needed women to turn out for the vote because he expected that they would largely vote for him and what he represented. Now we come to the matters where progress for women has been much more uneven. These are the Civil Law Code, implementation of the Constitution, economic participation, participation in Reconstruction opportunities, and most significantly, the definition of what security even means and how to obtain it. Let's look at them one by one. As we all have had the opportunity to follow recently, much international attention has focused on the drafting of constitutions in the post-conflict period. Constitutional experts from all over the world have carefully observed the crafting of these documents, literally word by word, and have provided advice and critiques. This fortunately has included a high level of attention to securing women's rights and the principle of women's equality. By and large, in my view, the outcome of these efforts has not been bad under the circumstances. Comparatively much less attention is usually paid to the personal status law, which, however, arguably has a very significant, at least as great, an impact on the lives of women as does the Constitution. Family codes and personal status codes are not a secondary matter, but are at the core of a community's life. They govern basic issues, such as whom an individual may marry, at what age, and at whose behest, whether or not an unhappy marriage can be terminated, by whom and under what circumstances, whether one will have access to one's children following a divorce, be permitted to seek an education and to work, be sovereign over one's own person and movements, be entitled to full citizenship with its rights and responsibilities, and have redress against violence and injustice. When it comes to the overall Reconstruction effort, I believe the challenge ahead is one of paradigm. Post-conflict efforts represent a limited window during which the primary goal is to prevent a return of the conflict. Therefore, the emphasis of the international actors generally is on combatants, on past combatants, present combatants, and potential future combatants. This in almost all cases means on men. Who gets the most attention, makes the greatest gains, and receives compromises in post-conflict situations? Anyone who imperils the fragile new stability while seeming willing to participate in the peace under the right circumstances. In situations like these, it is my observation that women generally tend towards a position that is very unfavorable to their interests. They tend to try to appear accommodating, reasonable, modest in their demands, and cooperative. Their stance is defensive, to be alert to threatening danger and try to offset it, but not to aggressively make demands, let alone to make waves in the expectation that this will lead to gains. This is a pleasant, a likable, and an ineffective posture. Look at post-conflict nation building, and you are inevitably reminded of the old graffiti chestnut. Bad boys get deals and high offices. Good girls go to heaven. In Afghanistan, at a rate of 1 every 20 minutes through death and childbirth. When I say that the challenge is one of paradigm, I mean that Reconstruction looks different from the perspective of women. For one thing, security would be defined by the newly emerging term of human security, we've heard about it in the earlier panel, and not in terms of narrow conventional security. Human security is a holistic term that includes safety from criminal violence, safe daily mobility, public health elements such as safe water, etc., not just a narrowly defined cessation of military hostilities. From a woman's perspective, the cessation of military hostilities does not necessarily mean that improved security will follow. Indeed, security can become worse for all civilians or specifically for women. The incidence of rape often goes up in the unstable period following the formal end of a conflict. Streets can be unsafe. We know that domestic and marital violence increase, often dramatically in this period, as frustrated warriors return home, or merely as families are placed under severe daily stress in managing their lives. Security means that you can go and buy groceries without fear that someone will throw acid on you if you are not dressed in the way that pleases him, that you are not going to be forced to marry your underage daughter to some local warlord, and that you will not be beaten in your own home. Is it part of the mandate of post-conflict authorities to concern themselves with such matters? I think it is. You need that level of female security, for one thing, to restore an education system and to enable women's economic participation, without which you will not get very far. However, I recently attended a conference in Malvern, England, where several speakers representing different official nation-building agencies opposed this view. Why do they oppose it? 1, resources are limited. 2, addressing such issues is seen as difficult. 3, it is seen as potentially rocking the boat. And 4, these agencies are not convinced that women's inclusion, though most of them would agree abstractly that it is a fair and a good thing, really matters to the outcome in the short and midterm. I have had this discussion with many of my colleagues, including a few who are in this room today, and their response often is, we should not have to prove that including women equitably matters. They are more than half of the population and should not be in the position of having to prove their worth and their importance. That's quite true. However, this planet is full of things that should not be the way they are. The effective approach for changing people's language and definitions during the past decades was moral argument. I believe that moral argument is not the appropriate tool anymore. I believe that now we need evidence, and I invite everyone who works on these matters to think of ways of collecting it. 2 illustrations of what I mean are provided by the World Bank. They have studies that document, in a very straightforward way and with numbers, that income generated by women goes back to benefit the families and communities significantly more than does income generated by men. Therefore, if you are attempting to reconstruct a society, you must put money in the hands of women, who will spend it on education, health, and their children. That is a study that they called Engendering Development, which I recommend to anyone who has not read it. Another study looks at corruption and finds that levels of corruption in a bureaucracy are highest when men massively outnumber women. A preponderance of women is not good either, they found in a separate study. What you want, from the point of view of limiting corruption, is female representation between 40 and 60% in an office, and that includes the police. What approach are women's development agencies taking? I have some concerns about this. There is one dominant emerging theme, so persistent that it almost warrants being termed a religion, and that theme is gender mainstreaming. There's nothing wrong in principle with that idea. But visit the Ministry of Women's Affairs in Kabul, make your way through a throng of desperate women begging for help with some outrageous instance of abuse in their clan, for food for their children, for a job, glance at the mortality statistics of women and infants in childbirth, and ask yourself whether mainstreaming women into the currently still very dysfunctional ministries should be your only priority. Let me give an example. Afghan society continues to be strongly shaped by tribal values. These include such customs as promising children in marriage at birth or even before birth, and giving girls as hostage brides to an enemy tribe as reparations to settle a dispute. The Afghan constitution can be as forward-leaning as it likes. There is a huge gulf between what that constitution says and what tribal reality continues to be. Therefore, the person in charge of reforming the legal system in Afghanistan, the lead nation is Italian, so this is the Italian ambassador Brunetti, wants to focus a portion of her resources on these tribal customs by educating people and providing help for victims of these practices. In this, she is constantly opposed by the mainstreaming lobby, who believe that you have to focus exclusively on the new legal system and let the archaic system wither away on its own. This makes sense in a Geneva meeting room, but not in a Pashtun village. Rather than, or in addition to mainstreaming, I believe we need an approach of rooting, of linking the desired changes into the real-life communities. In conclusion, I think that the argument, it's wrong, has to give way to the argument, it won't work, and I would invite my colleagues in the social sciences to work with me to build that argument so that we can change the thinking of those who are in charge of Reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Eulalie Nibizi.
Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to inform you that I'm not an activist from women's organizations, but I belong to a mixed organization, as men are in majority, a trade union, a teacher trade union. My presentation is organized on 4 main points. First, I have a briefing of women's status in Burundi. And the second, the women's role in peace reconstruction. The third, the women's position in the new institutions. And the fourth, challenges and perspectives. Traditionally, Burundian women weren't involved in public issues. Their place was in the house. So, girls' and boys' educations were separated. Girls were intended for social or reproductive functions as spouses or mothers, when boys were destined for public affairs as leaders for the future. Before the war, women's role in public and political affairs were less appreciated. Even if they were concerned by economic and social questions, women were kept out of debate, and this didn't seem to concern many Burundians. In case of conflict, women were convinced that men were careful and would find solution to everything. Women weren't sufficiently represented in political parties and institutions. Only men were represented in these arenas. There were a few women's associations. However, networking was very poor in both men and the women's associations. Most of them focused on women's rights and economic issues. 2. Women's role in peace reconstruction. Things changed suddenly with political crisis and war in October 1993. Women suffered very much. They faced collective human atrocity, death, humiliation, by kidnapping, collective rape, and so on. They discovered men's weakness, their capacity for atrocity. This was the time when women took up their responsibility to preserve life. With many difficulties, women tried to protect, to hide, to rescue neighbors or exiled families. They defied the fighters' animosity and began to repair that men had destroyed. It wasn't easy at all. During the war, men was also killed or exiled. The majority of women went to stay in refugee camps where they suffered a lot. Alone, women weren't able to face all those challenges. For example, it was hard to convince their spouses to agree with their initiatives to collaborate with women from different ethnic or political groups in conflict. Women were disappointed by men's opposition, and couples were separated because men didn't allow their spouses to help their enemies. However, rural women became models in reconciliation and peace building. They decided to work in associations and with existing associations. The yearly women's associations were informal and worked to give first aid services to wounded and suffering women and children. They provided basic needs such as clothes, food, health assistance, and housing. Because their houses and reserves were destroyed, they tried to give comfort with their modest means. As Burundian women are very poor, they live by traditional agriculture and don't save money. However, they decide to organize some economic activities in groups like agriculture and commercial activities. It is easy to talk about peace when you share economic and social interest. Economic initiatives began in the affected provinces and regions by tracking money and gathering medicines or clothes for needed women. The first women network was called Collective of Women Associations and NGOs in Burundi, CAFOB. It was created in 1994 and coordinated many actions. As a result, women's initiatives grew all over the country. At that time, the whole country was in trouble. Burundians were separated by ethnic and politics. In both cities and villages, families were separate. People who had fled to the bush, refugee camps, or moved with other families. Some places were dangerous and you could be killed. Members of that network, CAFOB, discovered that women and children were the main victims. They decided to approach former neighbors in order to analyze the causes of the trouble and explore the way to find reconciliation. They encouraged the separated groups to start development projects and help each other. Since that it became easier to help and educate women. Sometimes international NGOs like Search for Common Ground helped associated groups both in training and social rescue. Because of the women's solidarity, they helped the men to change their minds about conflict. And in villages and the refugees camp, many people began to collaborate. Other women's initiatives began to build houses for widowers, separated and older women. Over time, women's associations became strong and they diversified their programs. In addition to humanitarian assistance, they worked on women's literacy, gender issues, conflict resolution, HIV/AIDS, law amendment, advocacy, and women's participation. When the peace process began, only men negotiated. The men were chosen according to political affiliation and not because of their contribution. Women's participation were minimized because there were no women who lead political parties. By putting pressure on the moderator, civil society and the women's association got permission to participate as observers. They played an important role in Arusha. They sent the women lawyers who became delegate activists. They listened to what the men discussed. They worked by lobbying, by using advocacy around politicians, official women delegates, and international observers. The same effort was oriented to diaspora, even in a great region where many refugees' family was established, or in Europe or in South Africa. In the same way, women from diaspora came to share with Burundians in their country about evolution of reconciliation, security, and peace negotiation. When peace agreement had been signed at Arusha in August 2000, women had received 30% of seats in the institution. It took a long time to get that participation during the transition period. They managed to introduce women's participation in constitutional laws and laws about political parties, but they didn't succeed to influence local administration law. It's still a challenge. In the transition period, many capacity building workshops have been organized to prepare women for leadership. Rural women were sensitized about their rights and how to promote them. They are encouraged to vote and postulate in political positions. They know that their place isn't in the house, but everywhere in the world. Third, women's position in the new institutions. Now, we began a new phase of hope within democratic institutions in Burundi. Women hold positions of importance and quality in the new institutions. over 30% of the political positions are held by women, and many of these posts had been reserved only for men since independence. For example, we have one lady vice president of the Republic. The president of National Assembly is a lady. 2 women vice president of Senate. In the Senate, we have 17 ladies of 49. We have 35.6%. In the Assembly, we have 37 of 118. We have 30.5%. In government, we have 17 ministries of we have 7 ministries of 20 in government. We have 35%. In local administration, and it's the first time, governor, we have 4 governor of 17. We have 23. Note that the one woman governor had been a governor once for 5 months in 1993. In communal administration, we have 12%. In communal councillor, we have 5.7. Deputy councillor women, we have 33%. Challenges. These new opportunities are also a test of women maturity and a big challenge for women's association and leadership. So there is an urgent need to strengthen the capacity of the newly elected women. Many of them have only a basic education, but they haven't had sufficient education or training to face the new responsibilities. Others are very new politicians. They involve themselves in politics because of the context of conflict, but not have experiences. All of them need to perform their leadership roles in such a way that they become models of governance. The main needs for capacity building are girls and women education, stopping violence against women, especially rape, fighting poverty, conflict resolution, and good governance. For the Burundian people and women especially, the most important challenge is poverty. First, war has destroyed the infrastructure and other development opportunities. Burundi is one of the 3 poorest countries in the world. Women don't have property as a guarantee to pay banks when they need credit. The credit rates are very expensive and is not possible for women. Women associations and the new leaders have to help their sisters to find a honest and quick way to resolve the economic problems, such as giving them microcredit. These initiatives need sufficient means as microfinance to ensure development. We need not only national efforts, but also international support to overcome these challenges. Unfortunately, we have a lot of refugees who can't go back to their village due to fear about the lack of security in certain areas. Consequently, women's associations have to influence politicians to establish security and reassure all Burundians that they are safe. It's better to inform this assembly that Burundian women will, through the network CAFOB, participate this week in the Women Global March for Poverty Elimination and the Eradication of Violence. In the last 12 years, women became useful in Burundi. As male leadership was failing due to corruption, demotivation, or lack of good governance, many women emerged as leaders through democratic elections and consensus. For example, in trade unions, support unions, and other civil society organizations that show that women's position in society is changing in a good way in Burundi. Funding is the only problem, and we are afraid that women could fail to continue to struggle for human rights and peace building. This is my humble contribution to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eulalie. And for our third panelist, Sanam.
Thank you. I just wanted to share with you I've been working on conflict resolution and specifically women's roles around peace processes and women's agency in peace building for about 8-9 years now. And it used to be, people used to ask me, and I'd say, this is what I do, and they'd sort of go, lovely, and just change the subject and move on. In the last couple of years, when I say it, I've had men say to me, can we have a men's association in support of women waging peace, or whatever organization or whatever campaign I was working on? So I kind of feel that there's actually more understanding of why it's important to have more women involved. So things are moving along slowly, but I think there's at least more awareness, and certainly having panels like this is really helpful, and it's really an honor to be here today. And with Howard, we've shared many panels together where he's been the speaker, so it's really great to have this opportunity. I was asked to speak about the role of women in Rwanda in the post-conflict reconstruction period, and then to draw from it in terms of some of the lessons from Rwanda for other places. I'm not Rwandan, obviously, and I'm sorry that that's a disadvantage for the audience, but the presentation is going to be based on some research that we did a couple of years ago, looking specifically at the political process there and what had happened with women. Rwanda is now in its 11th year post-genocide, so it's also sort of slightly, it's in a different realm in terms of development and reconstruction, and also a lot of concerns around the political space that's being closed. But what I wanted to talk to you about was what happened immediately post-genocide, and also coming up to the elections, parliamentary elections in 2003. In 2003, elections happened, and Rwanda subsequently tops the league table of women in parliament worldwide, ahead of Sweden and Norway. 6 out of 20 Senate seats are occupied by women, 39 out of 80 seats in the lower chamber are occupied by women. The president of the Supreme Court is a woman. There are a number of women ministers. There is no other country in the world, I think, that's done what Rwanda's done so far in terms of bringing women into the political process. And I wanted to focus my discussion on sort of 4 questions related to this issue. First one is why? Why did this happen? Why did they do it? Who did it, actually? The second is how did it happen? What kind of mechanisms did they put in place? The third is what are women's contributions? The question of what difference does it make? What impact and what kind of things have we seen them? And I'll sort of focus on 3 particular things. And then what can we learn from this for other places? So the why question. The genocide itself, I think, is an important place to start, because in 3 months, as many of you know, over 800, now they say over 900,000 people were killed, Tutsis and moderate Hutus. It was perpetrated by extremist Hutu regime, and it was a particularly intimate form of violence. Machetes, rape, families, in-laws killing each other, uncles killing their nieces and nephews. I mean, very, very intimate. And when you put on the sort of the gender lens, if you want, you realize that the genocide itself was very gendered, in the sense that the propaganda targeted Tutsis, but also targeted very specifically Tutsi women, young women, pregnant women, and any women that were outspoken amongst Hutus or Tutsis. The execution was very gendered in the sense that men were primarily the perpetrators. Women are less than 3% of the suspects. Many, of course, were witnesses, but really it was taken out by men. And then gender is part and parcel of the recovery, because 70% of the population immediately post-genocide was female. That's an awful lot. There has been some normalization of the population statistics, but even 2 years ago, they were still 54% of the population. They headed 35% of the households and were obviously responsible for raising the next generation, but also producing the majority of the country's agricultural output. So it was a country that, women were everywhere doing everything, literally picking up pieces and building homes, dealing with 500,000 orphans, Hutu, Tutsi, didn't matter, finding homes for them. And the political party that the RPF that came into power obviously recognized that women were a constituency. And that had a significant impact in terms of how they dealt with the political process, the demography sort of propelling some of this work. But there was a second part of this, which I think is important, in that in the research that we did, and it's really hard to quantify this, perceptions about men and women varied very significantly. Women were perceived to be better at reconciliation. Women were trusted more. They were trusted to be less corrupt as well in terms of decision making. And this isn't something that we just see in Rwanda. In Cambodia, we did similar work, and again, the same thing was coming out in terms of perceptions. And it's an important social force that matters. And the fact that you're saying the studies kind of complement that, I think that's important. The third thing that, in terms of how and why women got involved, was the RPF itself, the Rwandan Patriotic Front itself, had many women in it who had been involved in the fighting, had been involved in the process, and were respected and valuable to them. And also they had been exposed to the processes in Uganda and the struggle for women's rights in Uganda. So it was a very sort of voluble and powerful women's group within the ruling party. And then the fourth thing, women's civil society groups, they reformed very quickly in the aftermath. Picking up the pieces, I've heard from UN to USAID, people saying, they saw women doing the work. Literally, there were the women who rolled up their sleeves and were doing all the reconstruction work. So civil society women mobilized very quickly. And I think finally, one of the things which was important at the time, and unfortunately, as I say, the political space has closed significantly since then, is that there was a recognition by the government of national unity that the genocide was a result of an authoritarian system that was very centralized. And one of the things that they've done is they tried to decentralize and bring in excluded groups, and amongst them were women and youth. So you had both, and women and youth, in terms of when you think about women, it's interesting that there are widows of genocide victims, and then there are the wives of genocidaires who are sitting in jail, and that sort of relationship. But it was interesting that they were given this space, perhaps because they were thought to be less threatening, which has positive and negative implications, but certainly also because of reconciliation issues. We've talked about the sort of positive and negative implications of when women are nice and so forth, but the space was given to them. Now, what did they do? What were the initiatives that were put in place? There was this notion of mainstreaming, as we've discussed. The ministry, a women's ministry, was put in place. There were posts at all levels. So it wasn't just one ministry being and women's issues being ghettoized in one ministry, but at district levels and within mayors and so forth, they actually had vice ministers for gender, and so very much trying to think about these issues at all levels within other ministries. A second thing that they did was in March 2001 they had local council elections, and they had 3 ballots. So eligible voters, all voters, were voting on 3 ballots, and the first the first ballot was just plain, candidates, men, women, on the main list. The second one was a women's list, so it was just women candidates, and it was a pink ballot. And then a third one was a youth list, and it was a green ballot. And in this way, it was a system that the idea had somehow come from Uganda, but they'd kind of built it, and it was very homegrown in terms of how the Rwandans did it. But in this way, they made sure that essentially at least 1/3 of people on the councils were women. And one of the things that we noticed when we did the research was that ICG had done, the International Crisis Group had done a whole report on those particular elections, just on those elections. And this notion of a pink ballot or this triple ballot system was a footnote in their report. And I mention that simply because one of the things that we fight with constantly is that the invisibility of processes and efforts and initiatives and whatever's going on in terms of trying to address women or bring women or empower. It was a footnote, and this was a big thing. So Anyway, so there was a triple balloting. They also had women's councils. So it's a very sort of structured society, and from the cell level, which is the smallest unit, all the way up, they had women's councils in parallel to the local council, and there was representation from the women's councils into the main councils. And one of the benefits of having this was that it gave women a space to come out and feel comfortable about speaking in public and engaging in political processes and kind of building up their skills and their capacity and their confidence to then move into the mainstream. And there were plenty of women who chose not to run on the women's ballot. They chose to run on the main ballot because they felt that they were strong enough and they could do that, giving more space to other women to come on the other ballots. Then the fourth sort of mechanism that was put in place was the Constitution itself calls for a third of the parliamentary seats. So they had a quota system, a third of the parliamentary seats to be held by women. And elections in 2003, in fact, that women got more than a third, as I said. It's 48.8% actually of women. So there was a real, unlike many other places where the push is from the grounds up only and you're battling against the political infrastructure. In Rwanda, it was kind of top-down, bottom-up kind of effort, and it was important. And when we did the work, as I said, the Ugandan experience was very important, and all these different facets were sort of played into how this worked. Now, the question of the third question, which I said was, okay, fine, you have all these women or women's involvement. What did they contribute? Where do we see their having an impact? And I'll just touch on three areas of work that I think have been important. The first is in the area of reconciliation. Appointment of women to the Unity and Reconciliation Commission was very important, and the two heads have been women. And again, going back to the question of perceptions and how women are perceived to be more trustworthy and better at reconciliation and so forth, it was important. The Gacaca process, which many of you are probably familiar with, which is trying to sort of local courts and communities trying to deal with the genocide and sort of deal with the genocidaires. 35% of the women, 35% of the judges are women. This is sort of, it never happened before, and there wasn't a quota system here. This was actually people voting and voting in the women themselves. Again, from the sort of anecdotal stories, but very sort of systematically anecdotal, if it's possible to say that, is that women, they were going out, whether it was civil society, whether it was government representatives and others, going out, talking to prisoners, talking to students, promoting local initiatives for reconciliation between the groups. And stories of, as I said, widows of genocide victims working with widows of genocidaires together, realizing that basically they lived in a society where as single women, they were being discriminated against. So their experiences as women sort of overshadowed the ethnic divisions that they had between them. So coming together and helping out. So around the reconciliation issues, we see women very, very much involved. The second area that we see women making a difference and being quite innovative was in Parliament, even during the government of national unity, so pre the 2003 elections. They were the women in Parliament were the first to form a cross political party. So again, you have a very divided, essentially, still very divided environment, and yet the women were willing to come across the ethnic and political divisions and work together. And they ended up creating a model for their male colleagues, so that two other forums were also eventually created. And around issues like in 1999, they changed the land laws. Up to then, only men were allowed to inherit land. You end up with a situation where 70% of the population is female, where you need to adjust the laws, and that was one of the outcomes of that partnership. And also apart from sort of their willingness to cooperate in Parliament, you see much more cooperation between women's civil society groups and women in Parliament. So there was a sort of a partnership between both government, Parliament, and civil society together, which, on the one hand, you can say, oh, this is just being kind of co-opted, people being co-opted into the government policies. But actually, it wasn't that. It was that there was so much of the capacity to deal with the needs of people was at civil society level, that the Parliament and government needed to work together, and they helped shape policies. And again, in Cambodia, we see similar partnerships emerging. So these are sort of three areas specifically that we see women actually making a difference in a sense. Now, as if we come forward in time, the problems aren't resolved. I mean, Rwanda's problems are not resolved. The women in Parliament don't have any greater power than their male counterparts. If it's a rubber stamp Parliament, the women are part and parcel of that. And in fact, even their movement is controlled, as you were saying. I mean, every time we wanted to invite Rwandan parliamentarians, they had to get permission and so forth. But they are still, they do review laws. There's a real focus on trying to make whatever laws are being passed friendly to the needs of women. If they're looking at environmental issues, thinking about water access for women in households and so forth. There's a real understanding also of the fact that on average women are still really lagging in terms of education skills and jobs. I mean, the illiteracy rates are very skewed and so forth. So that's still a problem. And the cultural attitude is still an issue. And I would say that this is one of the hardest things. I mean, whether it's in Afghanistan or elsewhere, this is one of the hardest things to change. And it's such an important thing to change, to make that shift in terms of recognizing the equality or the contributions of both sectors, both men and women in society. And I think that the fact that in Rwanda we have that there have been these major transformations is a sign that there is a shift in cultural attitude. And one of the things that from the international community we have to try and do is to say, how do we support that? You know, whether it's a crack or a window of opportunity that's been created, how do we help to maintain that? Whether we think that, you know, if there are local councils and there are women in them, but we think that they're you know, all of the elite. Well, in fact, they probably aren't. If they're local councils, they're going to by definition, in terms of the regions that they're in, have non-elite people in them as well. But they don't necessarily have the capacities. In Parliament, maybe a lot of the parliamentarians, men or women, don't have the skills and the capacity to sustain it and maintain it. How do we support them? What are the kinds of programs that we can put in place to support their the speed at which they are moving, as opposed to going too fast so that get a backlash, or going too slow and limiting the scope, which is, again, what happens very often when the international community comes in and goes, cultural, you know, we can't do this, we can't do that. Well, you know, if we talk to them, they know the way forward. Coming down to sort of just in terms of the concluding points of what we can learn from this case for other places, seven sort of brief points. First one, Rwanda is not the only place where gender issues were part and parcel of the conflict. Afghanistan, Bosnia, Sierra Leone, gender, or the societal relationships between men and women and the identities of men and women played very heavily into the conflict. And the earlier we grasp this dimension, understand those kinds of forces at play, the more likely of our chance of trying to prevent the atrocities and protecting them. We just, you know, we kind of, why do we assume that rape can just happen like that? I mean, you know, let's think about it. If it's going to happen, put in the protective measures. We don't do that yet. The second is identifying and promoting the solutions to get to some of these root causes, and identifying the untapped potential that exists and the capacities and agents for change. I think this notion that we focus on spoilers and the bad guys, as important as it is, really discounts that vast silent majority, which are the ones who A, want peace, and B, have the, you know, sort of potentially could be the real agents for change in a positive way. And looking at these issues from a gender dimension help. Second point, Rwanda is not the only place where women mobilize for peace, but perhaps it's the only place, or one of the few places, where there's been some sustainability. What happens is that you get women coming forward and being active, whether it's in the Middle East or Colombia or Cambodia or Rwanda, and then being pushed back. And I think one of the challenges, or a couple of the challenges that we're seeing right now, is that internationally we're getting more attention around the plight of women in conflict. So rape and sexual violence is in theory getting more airtime. We're definitely hearing, but actually it's not getting much care time. It's, you know, we all heard about Darfur, but you talk to people who worked in Darfur. Did those women get care? No, they didn't. So that's one of the problems, that the sexual violence comes forward, but we're talking about it, but not doing that much about it. And then the real problem is that when the extreme experiences subside, so when the mass rape ends, then what happens is like, okay, we don't have to deal with that problem. There are all these other big problems we have to deal with. So what happens to women, the needs of women, the work that women is doing, gets pushed aside again by the international community, and by national leaders, of course. So and to me, I think that's an immense loss of social capital. Here are people who've been active, who are committed, who don't have an exit strategy, and they're just below our radar screen, and we're not working with them. So that's really a problem. Third point, we're not saying that women are a panacea. It's not a matter of, you know, add women, get peace and democracy. We see that. It's clearly not. That's not the point. That's not the point at all. And in fact, the more that we think it's a numbers game, the more tokenistic it becomes, because the extreme groups also bring in their women, and so it becomes totally futile. But what I am saying, and this is my fourth point, is that if we're leaving 50 or over 50% of the population ignored, you're missing out on the talent pool, and you know who can afford to miss out on a talent pool, 50% of the talent pool when we're dealing with such complex issues, 50% of the perspectives, 50% of the ideas, and so forth, and also 50% of the solutions. I remember talking to an Iraqi woman who said, we knew at our in our sort of local neighborhood area who the men were. And we wanted to talk to the CPA about when they were vetting for army and police recruitment, when they were doing that. We wanted to help them to identify whether these guys had been, you know, Baathists or thugs or whatever they had been. We knew who they were. And we never even got a meeting. And I was talking to somebody who worked in Kosovo on police issues with the UN, and he was like, that's such a sort of practical way of going forward. Of course the women know. And you talk, anytime, if there's been rape in the community, do you actually want the rapist to be in charge of your police force? Who's going to know? Talk to the women's organizations. They probably have some idea. So there's a lot of sort of information that resides here that if we don't tap into it, we just never get access to it. The second part of this question of ignoring the 50% is that if we ignore the 50%, and especially when we're talking about widows, single mothers, who are having to deal with the next generation, if we're leaving them aside, what are we doing to the kids that are growing up? Those kids, those sons, are going to be the next marginalized groups anyway. So we're perpetuating this notion of exclusion and anger and frustration that exists in society, and probably laying the seeds for the next round of conflict. Fifth point, often we hear that women's status is culturally specific. And it was interesting, when I first met Howard, I came to talk to him about Burundian women, and he was saying, Burundian women are soft-spoken and quiet. Rwandan women, they're really out there. And actually, when you talk to Rwandan women, they say, we were afraid of speaking out in public. That's not where we were meant to be. That's not our role. And when a girl got married, she was owned by her husband's family. So, this notion of being, yes, these women can be there, but these women can't, being culturally specific. Actually, I think if we talk to the women and understand what they've been through and how the conflict and violence has impacted gender relations and the social fabric of society, you begin to see that they're real entry points. And women themselves are often taking the stand. And for me, the key is to follow their lead. Talk to the Afghan women about how to deal with the Afghan men. And that's the way to go forward with it. Not, go to the Afghan men. The Afghan men will tell you that there's no problem with the women or whatever. I'm Iranian. Probably the Iranian men would say the same thing. But the women know what is acceptable and what is not, and how to phrase it and how not to phrase it. Again, a Cambodian minister was telling me, I wear my dress, I look like a proper Cambodian lady, and that way I can go and talk about prostitution and legalizing prostitution. If I wear pants and go have beer, that nixes it for me. So women know how to maneuver in their own societies. And use whichever identity they have to get their agenda forward, and we should recognize that. The sixth thing is that when we think about the attention and when we put on a women's lens, and I'll make a distinction between women and gender lens in a minute, but when we put on that women's lens, automatically it begins to make, when you say, well, women are doing this, women are doing that, chances are somebody will say, what about the men? And what about the old people? And what about the youth? And what about, and I think that's a really important thing that happens, because we need to think about this from a people-centered perspective. I think what happens too much right now is that it's kind of top-down international programs and fabulous international agencies coming down, and really not thinking about it in terms of, okay, what are the needs, the thoughts, expectations, hopes, fears, aspirations of people, and who are, if we're doing development aid, who are we doing development for? Have we done a gender disaggregated assessment to say 60% of the population is female, and by the way, there are X number of widows who cannot leave their house because that's not culturally acceptable. Are we getting aid to them, and so forth? I still think that focus on people is lacking. And then finally, in terms of my encounters with national actors, and specifically the international actors as well, I'm often struck by how national and civil society actors do take women's status and situation seriously and recognize its significance. And then when we come to the international level, even though we have all the conventions and Security Council resolutions and so forth, the issue evaporates, and it's we're still looking for that proof, and it's still not important. After the genocide, so after all, 70% population, they've changed the laws. I saw a World Bank paper that talked about the change in laws and gave all sorts of reasons why this law had been changed. Nothing about demography, nothing about the fact that 70% of the population was female. It was extraordinary. So, it just gets lost at the international level. And part of that, I think, comes down to some of the issues that we face as staff or personnel, and people think about their careers. Gender issues are a career dead end for many people, especially for women. It's like go straight into the corner. So what I find is very often talking to women in institutions, it's harder to get buy-in than when we talk to men, that's a problem. And there's a discomfort with saying, femininity matters, as you were saying. We use feminine power. I mean, that's something that people still don't want to deal with. And I think that we need to recognize, okay, if we're saying we have to have women, let's use whatever means and identities and so forth we have to get that agenda. If motherhood works, go with motherhood. If something else works, let's go with that. We have a lot that we can work with, and it's important. And finally, I think the real issue is that this question of, human rights, gender issues, these are, too difficult to deal with at this point. We have other things to deal with. I actually think that if we look at it, these are not the soft issues. These are the toughest nuts to crack. And when you focus on rights and social justice and inclusion, that's when we begin to see some of the answers and some of the ways forward. And on the question of the sort of the gender lens versus the women's lens and the notion of gender mainstreaming, one of the problems I have is that gender has become conflated with women only. We need to think about gender in terms of men and women, and we need to ask the questions. Why is it that men rape? Why is it that young men can be recruited into forms of extreme violence, whether it's in London or in Bujumbura or in Rwanda? What is going on in these societies that is, tapping into their identities or their frustrations? Those are some of the problems that we need to crack, and it's just not being dealt with, because, as I say, gender is still seen as a soft issue. It's still seen as a domain of women. And if we look around this room, and certainly I was thinking maybe before the first session there were lots of men in the other room. There weren't. But when the minute you have women or gender on the agenda, the number of men just diminishes. We're talking about war and peace and security issues, really hardcore, sort of hard stuff, hard issues supposedly. But the notion of gender makes it soft, and so we just don't deal with those hard problems. But that's my challenge out there. Why is it that we're not looking at the behavior of men in these contexts? And the men who think that it's atrocious, why are they not dealing with it alongside the women who are trying to deal with women's empowerment issues? Thank you.
These have been three very rich presentations, and there are all sorts of issues on the table. I myself am intrigued by some issues that have come up in terms of just the Burundi-Rwanda comparison. But I'll suspend my own inclination to ask a couple of questions along those lines and open it up to all of you in the audience. Yes. Right there, please.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking...
Could you identify yourself too, please?
My name is Sabira Qureshi, and I'm an independent gender consultant, recently relocated from Pakistan. I'd like to start by thanking all the participants for some excellent presentations, very thought-provoking, and this last one has really left a lot of deep thoughts in mind. I'd like to particularly thank Cheryl Benard for some of the critique that she gave us on the reconstruction process in Afghanistan, which is certainly not the rosy picture it's painted out to be in the media or what we see. I'd like to hear your views about the situation of the Afghani women refugees, particularly those that are still left in Pakistan and some in Iran, and about their plight, which is absolutely deplorable. Their situation gets diffused between the state boundaries. Whose responsibility is it to ensure their welfare and their rehabilitation? My second question to you is, what is the current situation of the Afghani women's movement? What state is it in? And how much has it contributed to the reconstruction effort in Afghanistan? As we heard from Rwanda, all the things that are happening over there, to what extent is the women's movement participating, and not just the tokenistic gestures like a women's ministry or a woman minister?
Well, the remaining refugees, but not just them, also the displaced persons that still remain inside of Afghanistan too. Numbers are very hard to come by for Afghanistan altogether. There hasn't actually ever been an authoritative census for the country. And everyone is pretty much working with guesses and estimates as best they can. Even such basic things about Afghanistan as the assumption that the huge majority of the population is rural is something that really one isn't confident anymore is true, because one knows that there has been so much migration to the cities and the areas around the cities. So we know that there are a large number, exact numbers can't be assigned to it, of refugees, as you correctly say, still remaining in Pakistan and in Iran. Breaking that down, their circumstances differ greatly. There are some who have more or less resettled in urban areas and some who still remain in camp-like conditions. And as I said earlier, there are also a large number of displaced persons who returned to Afghanistan but couldn't go back to their place of origin, and their situation is extremely bad from the health point of view and the delivery of services. I don't have anything more specific than that, except to say that these are groups that are falling between the cracks. They have NGOs who are still loyal to them, who have been caring for them perhaps for over a decade, and who continue to attempt to provide services. But you know, on the huge portfolio of things that Afghanistan needs to deal with, they are just one out of a myriad list of things that require attention. As far as the Afghan women's movement, again, of course, that term is difficult to apply. There isn't a Afghan women's movement. You have an Afghan ministry. You have had 3 ministers so far, and their approach has varied considerably from each other. The guidance they have received from above has varied as well, and since they are reliant on donors for their funding, they are also obliged to follow the policy line which comes from above, and I think that has been a bit of a problem, because very often these have been policies, very generic kinds of policies that don't look at the specifics of that country. And maybe just to briefly get back to this mainstreaming notion, I'm not criticizing that at all. I'm just saying it's an issue of timing. You know, if you look at New Orleans, for example, which happens to be my birthplace, when you've got people with the water up to their eyebrows, that's not the time probably to say, now we're going to talk about restructuring FEMA. First you're going to get everybody on dry ground, and then you're going to talk about FEMA. So this would be how I would summarize the mainstreaming. The Afghan women's movement, I'm hesitant to use that phrase. I would rather talk about the Afghan women, and with or without a movement, they have been incredible in the way that they have articulated their needs, the way that they have jumped at opportunities, the way that they have organized themselves individually and collectively. So, you know, that would be my main impression when I think of the women's movement of that country.
Yes, in the middle.
Thank you. My name is Paulette Lee. I'm a communication specialist. My question is, what do women who are victims of sexual violence in conflict say is the way to stop that violence or to protect them from it? What do they want?
Any who would like to, Eulalie, would you like to respond?
Sexual violence in war is a practice that is general in Great Lake, in the Great Lake region. It's it's used as arm to for humiliation, to humiliate, but it's an arm as a weapon they use when you are in ethnic conflict also. Because first, the victims are raped before they are killed, or they can get HIV/AIDS. But it's an humiliation for a lady to be raped first. And for women, the first thing is to protect, to to train, to organize workshop, to show to women how to discover that sexual violence, how to discover that a sexual act is a violence. Because sometimes it begin with negotiation. They can ask you to choose between to be killed and to act, to make sexual intercourse. And sometimes ladies choose to live, but to live in humiliation. In the women's organization try to show, to help to discover what is sexual violence first. The second is to punish, to advocacy about law amendment. In Burundi, the law is the amendment was in a process when we began election. Now it isn't adopted in parliament, but it's the first effort for women to fight against sexual violence.
Thank you. Sanam, would you like to add?
I just wanted to share with you a couple of stories in a sense. I was talking to somebody who had been part of a real-time evaluation of the humanitarian intervention in Darfur and talking about this question of rape and what was happening to the women. And what was happening is that they have these camps and women were walking out of the camps to collect firewood, and then they'd get attacked and they'd have to negotiate who was going to be handed over. And you know, that same thing, you know, do I kill your grandmother or do you have sex with me? And when they talk to the women, and one of the things that was like, okay, you're going to get firewood, what can be done? And one of the answers was give them gas canisters. They don't need to, give them gas. They don't need to walk out to collect wood. And there was a whole debate going on, and I still to this day I don't think that those gas canisters ever got there, because it was like, well, it's not going to prevent everything. Is that an argument for not giving any? You know, so this another story that was interesting was that they were talking to women about how they managed, you know, family planning, if you want, and basically the women were saying, you know, if we sleep with the children, then the men don't come near us. It was a very sort of practical way of dealing with this, except that in those camps they didn't have enough blankets, or the blankets weren't big enough. So the mothers were putting their kids, and then they didn't have anywhere, so they had to sleep with the men. And so their exposure to sexual violence, or plain sex, and all the things that comes with becoming pregnant in those conditions, was just increased. And yet it was a question of blankets. So the question of preventing, the question of what can we do to try and help prevent this, is really not asked that often, and certainly not being addressed. In October, UNFPA is going to start looking at this and thinking, but it's kind of basic. South Africa, and some of the work that I did and around human security and what people understood, women talk about security, street lights. If we have street lights, it's safer. And we were talking to Iraqi women, and they were saying the same thing. He said when the curfew was on and it was dark, it was the most dangerous time for everybody. Have street lights, have everybody. These are really basic things, as I say, that if we ask the questions, there are answers out there, and we can build on them, and it's not that expensive.
Well, what's discouraging is that there are volumes of UN reports recommending that exactly this has to happen in all refugee situations. So the question that is still in the room from the morning's panel is, what's the disconnect between the knowledge that we have and the policies that we've developed to deal with the problems and the implementation of these policies? Just to answer quickly the same question for Afghanistan, Afghan women asked for more ISAF troops, in other words, more military physical security to prevent this. And they also asked for legal advice. What they didn't ask for, because they didn't know it existed, were things like shelters for people who were under threat for that, so that many women who either had experienced this or who had defended themselves against it ended up and still are in prisons in Afghanistan, because it's the only safe place for them to be.
I'd like to ask a question while others identify their own, related to the observation that what you shared today, Sanam, about the revolutionary developments in Rwanda took place in a period when there was more political space. And that space seems to have been sharply curtailed in recent months. And whereas in Burundi, you have the revolution beginning now, quite dramatically and quite suddenly. In fact, not only is there the percentages that Eulalie has suggested that where women now are 30% of the assembly, 30% of the government, and so on, or higher, but you actually have women in a number of key positions, from Minister of Foreign Affairs to Minister of Justice, as examples. And you have a situation in which you have both men and women coming to government in Burundi with very little political experience. I mean, it's pretty stunning. There are many technocrats that have been appointed to many of these key positions in government. And it's given to Burundians a sense of a whole new beginning, which is quite exciting and quite special. In Rwanda, where you have this closing of political space, I'd be interested in your reflections as to what extent have women resisted or participated in that closing of space. The attitudes of Burundians and Rwandans to political reconciliation are so diametrically opposed at the moment. That is, in Burundi, everything is out on the table. Hutu, Tutsi, the issues of exclusion historically, the issues of violence, of immunity, from all those issues are openly discussed, and there's even ethnically explicit categories in the Constitution and so on. In Rwanda, there's every effort being made to suppress a discussion of ethnicity for fear that the ethnic genie will erupt again. And I'm just wondering how you see that evolution in terms of the role of women in Burundi and contrasted with that in what's emerging now in Burundi.
I mean, from
Rwanda,
from what we know, and I have a former colleague of mine who's actually now in Rwanda beginning programs on what women want and sort of helping this capacity building and running programs for them. So I think that there's certainly, it's a sort of dual issue, because on the one hand they want to be more involved, they want to have more capacity, they want to be able to sort of push the boundaries. On the other hand, that curtailment is certainly there. And from my personal viewpoint is that I did find it quite sort of jarring at times when trying to talk with Rwandans that notion of, the reality of some of the ethnic issues just doesn't get talked about properly. So I think that's probably still something that's brewing and is a problem. But for the women, it's on the one hand it's easier, as I say, because they can use their identity as women and kind of come together across these issues and civil society level they're working and they're being active. On the other hand, it's a case of what they do and what they don't say, I think, which is really the way that it seems to be operating, because there is a danger of people being pushed aside, and we've certainly seen some of the more outspoken women being set aside at various points.
Did you any comment?
In Burundi, that evolution depends to the position of women in our society. Laws are not, there is no discrimination in Burundian laws. By the tradition, there was no discrimination, because women had the main place in society, because they tell that if you lose your wife, you lose or your the main thing you can have in house. But when we get education, traditional and modern education, we see that women they wasn't very competitive in political posts, and as they weren't competitive, men wasn't. They haven't to lose time or to give as a gift a place everywhere. But when with the war, we discovered that women or Burundian society have lose many things because women position could change so everything, even in conflict resolution, in organization of the society, and in Burundian life in general. And it's because when we see that the war was there, we began to ask our place in society. And that evolution isn't, even if we have a small position about a quantity, for us it isn't enough, but it's the beginning. Women don't want, they didn't want a revolution, but they wanted integration because they are able to do well. They are able, we see it in schools because women are in a great number. We are over 52% in the whole society. As we had many challenges, political challenges, ethnical challenges, gender challenges. It wasn't to find solution at the same time. For that, when we get to the 30%, for us it's the beginning, and for this period, 5 years, we will take all the time to train, because we haven't, the level of training is very, very low, because we see that rural regions there are many women who are illiterated. We are literated, we have literated women or trained women that are educated to occupy the second place in society. And we have to train all those people. For the first, we have to give them education, basic and continue the education. For the second, we have to give them leadership training, and so they can compete like men. Because now we are in a campaign for local councillor, local for 10 houses, the chief for 10 houses. We see that there isn't enough women who want to be candidate. Why? Because they say that I'm not competent, or I can't, it isn't possible for women to be chief. We see that the evolution has touched a few number of ladies who have been at school, but for rural region we have many things to do about education and about sensibilization.
Just to amplify the point that Eulalie is making, this new constitutional arrangement in Burundi will have, for the first time in Burundian history, the notion of local elected councils. That has never happened before. And it is a profound revolution that is taking place, and almost overnight, literally overnight. It's fascinating to watch. We will have at the center, incidentally, next week on the 20th, the president, the newly elected president of Burundi, Pierre Nkurunziza, here. So everyone would be invited to participate in that. Yes, in the back.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Green. I'm with Piece by Piece. I feel a little guilty because I asked a question earlier. And I have a number of things going through my mind. First, Cheryl, want to commend you also for challenging all of us to think differently and to look at putting our work as women and the work of those working on women's issues and parity as not one that it's wrong, but it doesn't work. I'd like to ask you, as a person working in a women's organization that is about promoting dialogue between women, and more often than not, when I go to funders, when I go to the large international organizations, you always get and so what does that have to do with us? Or where's the impact? What is that going to do? What are the results? What are the concrete actions? It's pretty difficult. What are some of the tools or recommendations that you could provide to organizations, particularly women's organizations at the grassroots level, who are being led by women and through the feminine perspective and a feminine experience, to get our arguments out there, to get our documentation out there? And how are we going to get it out there? We can't fault the international institutions for being directed and led by a male perspective when they're dominated by male experiences. So I thank you. And again, thank you very much for everyone that has participated in this panel.
I don't think it's a huge step that's missing. If we look at that statement back there, the reason it's gone. But if you recall that statement there, I think we're probably 70% of the way to convincing the donors and our addressees. But that portion of it is still missing. We've got them to the point where they will agree verbally, but part of it they don't truly believe yet. They're not convinced that it really works, and therefore they won't allocate rare resources to it. So I think part of it is the language and how we formulate things. I think we need to get over the guilt trip language because, as I say, we've gone as far as we can with that, and there's really nothing further to be gained there. And I think it's necessary to just argue very pragmatically, what does this accomplish? What are our goals? Why do we want to accomplish these goals? The 2 World Bank studies that I mentioned are enormously powerful resources for us in this, because this is something that's very persuasive to the kinds of donors that you're talking about. Why do you want women to have work and equal access to jobs? Because it's fair, sure, but leaving that aside, because your goal is to achieve certain things in that society, and it is more likely to be achieved if women also have an income. So I think often it's just a way of how you present your programs rather than what your programs actually are. And meanwhile, while you're going along with your programs, I think just documenting the outcomes rather than the inputs is very crucial. What were the results of these programs that you initiated? And they don't have to be dramatic results. They brought peace to this country or something. No, just the practical community-based or family-based results of these programs. Measure them where you can, and where you can't measure them, at least be very anecdotally descriptive of the outcomes.
Can I just add to that?
Sure. Sanam.
The language issue, I think, is really important. The work that one of the things that I did before when I was when Waging Peace was we came out with a toolkit which took all the issues around peace and conflict and defined how when we say disarmament, demobilization, reintegration, this is terminology that's used in the international community, and we said this is what it is, this is who does it. And then talked about it in terms of the impact on women and also what women do. And as we had workshops around this in terms of it was a tool for women. And one of the things that became very clear to me was, we talked to women. I remember talking to a Nepalese woman who had been involved in training the Nepalese army on conventions of the rights of the child, on women's rights, on how do you deal with civilian populations, all these things which, in one arena come under security sector reform. Right? She doesn't talk about security sector reform. She says, we did kind of 200 of the most senior people. That was what she was saying. And I was saying, all you have to do is, be able to say this, security sector reform, or this is that. And that automatically gives you, when you talk to UNDP or the World Bank, that for them is a language that they understand. So that bridging of our vocabulary and the international community's vocabulary, because once we start talking in their language, then we can start shifting the way they do things. And the case studies that we did was exactly that. We said, you say DDR is really important. We will talk to you about what women do in disarmament, demobilization, reintegration, and show you what contributions they make in that arena. And that begins to shift the debate in terms of how the system is working. The other thing around language, which I think is the message that you're sending. When we started the Women Building Peace campaign, it could have been gender, peace, and security. But it just doesn't have the same message as saying, women build peace, women, and we went from conference to conference before the Beijing +5, saying, We think women aren't just victims. Women are also active. Women do peace building. It was such a simple message. Of course it's complicated, but the message itself was very simple. And that propelled us in terms of then pushing for Security Council Resolution 1325, became 1320, but saying, we would like to talk to you about the role of women. And it was something that resonated with people. So the jargon terms that we use, I think we have to be clear about when it's relevant and when it's not. And also, we're selling a concept, an idea, a program. I mean, you're doing, it's kind of like almost an advertising job. So it has to be targeted in the right way to make it to make it effective. And I think, as Cheryl was saying, the outcomes is really important. We worked with 500 kids, and it cost us this much. I mean, talk about how much money you're spending, which is so little. I mean, how efficient it is to work with women's organizations sometimes.
And just finally, the receptivity is there. I'm noticing that a lot in the last maybe 2 or 3 years. For instance, military people who I can assure you have probably never been to any feminist conference in their lives will, in meetings where this is not on the agenda at all, completely on their own say, the women in these communities are really who we should be talking more to, because what you were saying, they have the information that we need, and we're finding that their attitudes are much more in line with what we want. Or just the other day, Ashraf Ghani, the former Minister of Finance of Afghanistan, now the Dean of the university, said, I think the key to the poppy eradication is really bringing the women into the formal economy more and getting them salaried jobs. So the thinking is there, and it's just a matter of linking up on the right level in that discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Julia?
Hi, my name is Anyango from Howard University. I was wondering, in both Rwanda and Burundi, if there's an even representation of Hutus, Tutsis, and Twas in both government and in the Gacaca process.
I have to tell you that I'm not sure. I think in government probably there's more of a balance, but probably not as much as we would want to see.
In Burundi, it's sometimes difficult to introduce all ethnics in administration. Why? Because sometimes we have persons who don't accept to go there because of their ethnic first. And the second is that local administration and commune are organized not in reference to the ethnic or political party, but in according their capacities. And that can help population to consider not ethnic or politics when they have to elect their representatives, but to consider performance or contribution in the society. This is like a transitional period, and after we will see that they have sometimes to do cooptation, but it isn't always easy to do that. I see that in our basic organization or in basic administration.
I just might add a constitutional footnote coming out of the peace process. Under the populations in both Rwanda and in Burundi is about 84% Hutu, 14% Tutsi, and 1% Twa. In the Arusha agreements and the constitution that has emerged, there's an explicit ratio stipulated of 60-40, 60% Hutu, 40% Tutsi in the government and in the assembly. And in the Senate, it's 50-50. They guaranteed the 1% Twa representation, so there are, I think, 3 or 5 seats reserved for Twa in the Senate. Twa has been historically the really marginalized group in Burundian society by virtually everyone, but there's beginning now to be some focus on that.
Hi, my name is Milka, and I'm with the Peace Women Project of the Women's International League for Peace. And I want to thank all the panelists, and specifically I want to thank Eulalie, because I think the Burundian women's movement has been particular inspiration for women, not only in Africa, but around the world. And my question basically is on the whole idea of institutionalizing quotas for women in parliament and other governing structures in societies that are emerging from armed conflict. And there is certainly different levels of acceptance in different societies to women's quotas, 30% or whatever level there is that is agreed upon. And I was wondering whether the panelists could speak to this issue, to this debate, their experiences in different countries with proposing or supporting or the whole question of whether quotas are effective in ensuring that there is enough participation and representation of women in government.
Okay. That's a good question for all three panelists. Who would like to, or did you? Who would like to go first?
I'll talk to you a little bit about. I think there are few things that need to be thought about. Is who is pushing for the quotas? Is there sufficient? If a quota for women is coming through a sufficiently strong women's constituency, I think that makes a difference in terms of the candidates and what kind of voice they have there. If it's something that's top down, probably it's not going to work so well. In South Africa, for example, they pushed through a quota of 30%. Actually, they got 25%. But they had such a hugely strong women's movement, and they had it wasn't just a group of women's NGOs. This was a movement that had been involved in the apartheid movement anti-apartheid process. They actually were the first ones to get together and go and consult with women. So they came out with a women's agenda that had been they talked to 3 million women across the country. So as women in parliament, when they spoke about this is the women's needs, or women, they had tremendous backing, and I think that's really important. You have a constituency. Is it really out there? Are you reaching out to them? Are you communicating with them? And I think the sort of partnerships that I was talking about that exist in Rwanda and to some extent existed in Cambodia, of parliament, civil society, women's movement type collaboration, helps with that in terms of strengthening the voices of women who come through the quota system. In the case of Bosnia, they had a quota system, but it was complicated because it's a question of how the ballots are done and whether you come as a party system, and there are all sorts of other sort of more complicated ways of how quotas are done. But the Bosnian system didn't work. Didn't have any effect whatsoever. So I think that there's those kinds of factors to think about.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a magic bullet. It's a very nuanced tool. It can backfire on you, as you said earlier. You can get a bunch of extremely reactionary women that the reactionary groups will put forward too by that. So you don't guarantee that you necessarily have the kinds of values on behalf of women's issues that you think you're going to be getting. That said, though, in Afghanistan, for instance, it has been an extremely good tool. Not just in terms of the formal political process, but there's a program there called the National Solidarity Project, I don't know if you know about, which gives money at the village level on the provision that elected groups that must include women have come up with the project they want the funding for. So what you'll experience there is you'll walk into the village and you will hear from the male leadership, oh, we don't have any competent women here who would be willing to do that. And then once they discover that the funding hinges on that, it's just amazing how many competent women suddenly come out of the woodwork. So it is a way of opening the door to women. And I would disagree just a tiny bit, because there are situations such as Afghanistan where women aren't even in a position at the grassroots yet to agitate for things. Yet they are there and they have these wishes and they have these abilities. So you need to open the door for them even to get to that point yet. And this can be a tool.
Eulalie?
Thank you. The question about quotas can't be our model, but it's just a transitory practice to help some groups, some excluded group, to be heard on posts of responsibilities. It's also a manner to show, to open institutions, but it can't be a program for a long-term period. If I see in Burundi, they tried to use quotas since 1993, but in local administration, we see that the model of quota can't continue because after the administration can't continue. They can't because we have to promote competencies. And for this period, that work with closed list, when we have to prepare election with closed list, it means that you will put everybody in a place we hope he can pass in election. And if he can't pass, you will use cooptation. If you manage in a democratic institution, that can't work. That is just to help, like tampering, to help excluded groups. It's for that in local administration in Burundi, in local law, the question about quota isn't population, rural population or city have to vote according the capacity, according the appreciation they make. But that you see that cooptation or quota are managed at the high level of administration or institutions. It can't be a model for a long time.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Yes.
Marian Rechtenwald. I wanted to come back to the issue of we know what is needed for these women, but how do we persuade the international communities and sometimes the local governments? I've heard, as having worked on a World Bank for several years, I was very happy to hear Cheryl mention the World Bank reports, to see that these reports were not just written and ended up on the shelves, but they have an impact. And Cheryl mentioned evidence, Sanam mentioned results. These reports were not necessarily based on conflict resolution situation or post-reconstruction situations. As Cheryl said, the new young people have to move and find out and show proof for why does it make a difference to get women involved, or why should we be gender sensitive. And I think one of the areas that needs to be developed is monitoring and evaluation in conflict resolution. It's a new field. We are just starting to understand what are the indicators, how do we measure those things, even how we define some of the issues. So one of the areas to move into is probably further develop the toolkits for monitoring and evaluation in peace building and conflict resolution.
Thank you. Does anyone want to comment to respond to that?
Agree.
Just to agree. Everyone agrees. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Say one last question, then we'll provide an opportunity for the panelists to make any
Just a
last
very
remarks.
quick one. I don't know if one is allowed to ask a second question, but I'm taking
sure.
the liberty here because we're a small group left. This might sound a bit confusing, but then perhaps because I am a little confused on this issue. Sanam mentioned, emphasized the importance of stressing the gender part of it, not to ghettoize and isolate and marginalize the issues, and not just look at it as a women's issue. But at the same time, we are talking about women's role in conflict resolution and reconstruction. I'm just trying to understand that in terms of And also we talked about the importance of women, the negative and positive connotations of seeing women as pacifists or peace activists. How good or bad it is, of course, there can be a whole debate around that. Given all of these factors and the importance of bringing women to the negotiating table, to talks, peace talks, to all of these issues, would you then say that it's women being projected as pacifists or peace activists is necessarily the right way to go? Is it, should we be looking at this as a women's issue, a woman issue? Should it be more of a gender issue? I'm just sort of a little confused here, if you'd like to comment on that.
My approach to this is that if you're in the middle of conflict or you're trying to sort of bring about peace, who and where are the capacities for trying to do that? Who's doing the work? Who's got the skills? And how do we make sure that we have as many relevant players at the table? I'm not saying that we have all women, but what we have right now is all men and only typically political and military men. So I see it very much as women coming through civil society who are active, who engage. Sometimes they're pacifists and sometimes they're not. A lot of the most effective women I know were former guerrillas themselves. So it's not that they're necessarily coming in saying, I'm a pacifist, but they're coming together on an agenda, which is largely the human security agenda, together with other women. In South Africa, we had the guerrillas, we had the academics who were feminist, anti-militarist, and we had the grassroots who didn't even know what human security was, but all saying the same thing. And that's, it's this notion that there is a common view that women bring, and a lot of it comes from the experiences that they've had, what they've seen on the ground, and so that bringing that to the table. If it happened that it was all the men who watched their kids starving to death, or being around when they had to run away and looking after the old and the sick, then maybe their perspectives would be very different as well. But it tends to be women. That's the perspectives that they bring. They bring the voices of the grassroots. And I would actually like to see it broaden in terms of having the religious groups, having the business. Having a much broader notion of who sits around and negotiates peace and owns the process that takes the country forward. And the real complexity is that in the past it was, two countries and you go home and deal with your own problems. We still have to live together. So how do you live with those compromises that you've made? That notion, the compromises have to be owned and processed by as many sectors of society as possible. And women happen to be the most marginalized at all times, basically. And yet they seem to be doing so much of creating the islands of peace in the most horrendous situations, and being ignored, being seen just as passive victims when they're never passive in their victimhood, never ever, as refugees, as whatever we've seen it. So it's a huge component of society that's been absent, and as I said, can we afford not to have them there? As heterogeneous as they are, it's not homogeneous, but the perspectives that they bring, the balance that they provide, I think is really important.
Anything else?
Yeah, Rosalind asked this morning, why has there not been enough real change? You said this is a question that you grapple with. I think because just looking at Reconstruction alone, I think that there's a lot of focus on the short term, and as a result, we end up perpetually constructing and reconstructing the flawed systems that we had before. And what this means, I think, for women is that it's not enough to point out the mistakes that are being made, but we actually are going to have to come up with practical, workable solutions. If you interact with people who are involved in Reconstruction, you can see that they are very much uncertain themselves. They're grasping for solutions. They're putting together new offices, new committees, new this and new that to try and come up with solutions. So it's really an ideal situation to put our own solutions forward. For example, in Afghanistan, again, there was the notion, well, we have to get money into the communities quickly, so we need mass employment projects. And the mass employment project that popped into people's minds was road building. Who got employed on road building? Mostly men. So now this wasn't a plot. It was just that happened to be the easiest and most obvious kind of mass employment project. Now, if women had said, okay, we've thought about it, and in the Afghan cultural context, a mass employment project of women that will work and that they will engage in is X, I don't think you would have encountered a lot of opposition. Likewise, frequently there are situations where some new body or even a cabinet is being put together. Some women will say, well, there are mostly men on this, and then the question will come, okay, do you have any suitable women? Silence. So a database, in post-conflict situations of women who are willing and able to do things would be an extremely valuable tool. To sum it up in one sentence, practical results and not just complaints about what's going wrong.
Thank you. Sometimes women look like persons who are pacifists, who gives facilities in a negotiation. But it's the problem we have in our negotiation. We had in a Burundian negotiation is that delegation wasn't chosen. As I tell it in my presentation, if you are a leader, a political party leader, you were first members of a membership of delegation, and you saw that there was many Burundian around negotiation, and that is a bad thing. I have a habit myself on the trade union negotiation. It's the third year I negotiate about teachers' right condition, and I saw that if you want to get a good agreement, you have first to choose your delegation first, and to choose your moderator, because if he isn't someone who can help the two groups, we can fail. If he has a position, if he is for one group or for another, you will fail. It's the same for the women. If you want to send the women in negotiation, you have first to choose according experiences, by training, and sometimes by simulation. You have to simulate negotiation if you haven't real experience in negotiation, and you will see that women are not persons who are facilitators. Women, when she is trained and she has a strong personality, will be a good negotiator. And it's for that we have a problem in our peace process. The negotiation has been fortuitous, not prepared, and the delegation was they don't choose. We go there because you lead the political party, and for example in Burundi we had 38 political parties. Imagine for a small country who has 27,000 kilometers and 38 political parties. For 6 million people, and we have 38. You will see that after this election, only one political party pass. Only one. It means that we have political parties and we have others who are annexes. They are annex. And if you are an annex one, you can see this is my position as someone who don't belong to a political party. Since I born, my evolution is in civil society, in trade union, and other organization as a partner, and not in political parties. For that, perhaps I can be critics about political parties, but if we are they say in some culture that if you go to hunt with many dogs, there is a risk to come back with a dog killed and not an animal killed. And it's the same thing when the political parties go to negotiation. When they come back, it's difficult to have good agreement, but an agreement oriented where one interest or another interest. Women are not pacifist, but they are somebody who can take a position, and the good thing is to choose a lady who can reach compromise, who isn't a compromise, who isn't a facilitator, and who doesn't keep one position. It means that one who can move in her ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That does deserve applause. I want to express my appreciation to all of the panelists this afternoon and to those who appeared in this morning's panel as well. As one who's been deeply involved in trying to figure the way to peace in a number of different national settings, I've come to the conclusion that there simply is no durable peace, nor is there the possibility of democratic, accountable governance when one excludes 50% of the population from the process. There's been several references to the Arusha peace process in Burundi. It is pretty striking, I think, that the party that just won elections in over the last couple of months was not even at the Arusha negotiating table. They were not part of the negotiations. Of the 19 negotiating delegations in Arusha, all were male. There were no women participants in the process. And it was stunning to me, subsequent to the negotiation, when we began to look at the broader questions of how do you make a peace agreement sustainable over time, it seemed to us intuitively obvious that you had to find some way not only of dealing with the ethnic and regional divisions among the elites, and everywhere in the world, ethnic conflict is always elite-driven, and in these instances, always elite male-driven. But it was also, you had to deal with the profound separation between that political class and the mass of the population. And unless you can make those connections, not only among leaders to close the ethnic divide, but between the population and the leaders, there's just no sense of accountability that ever emerges. And I would argue that without those linkages being established, without the entire society being part of a process, there's just no way that one can fashion durable peace or sustainable democratic governance. And I think those are the messages that I certainly glean from the kinds of observations and the different divergent perspectives, national perspectives, that were offered today. So to all of you, thank you so much for your contributions, and thank you for your contributions. Very good.
It's quite intense.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much.